Welcome to the Las Vegas Crime Lab. Type your name and click Start. Welcome to the Las Vegas Crime Lab. Type your name and click Start.
Well, right on time. Welcome to your first night on the job. I'm Gil Grissom, your new supervisor. Of all the new crime scene investigators I interviewed for this position, you were the most promising. Your excellent grades, data analysis, and computer skills put you over the top. Now you have to prove yourself in the field. Working night shift in Vegas is a little like waking up inside a Fellini movie, but you'll get used to it. You'll also work with some of the best CSIs anywhere. Warwick Brown grew up here. He knows this town, and he knows his job. Nick Stokes is here by way of Texas A&M, but don't be fooled by his sunny disposition. He means business. Sarah Seidel was a student of mine from San Francisco, and I invited her aboard when one of our CSIs was killed a few years ago. Our key lab tech, Greg Sanders, is first rate. Don't tell him I said that. It'll go to his head. Dr. Al Robbins is our secret weapon. Not only is he sharp, he's also willing to work nights. We don't do anything independently. We work with Captain Jim Brass. Anything you need legally, including warrants for suspects and locations, he can help you with. Oh, and Catherine Willows. She's who you'll be working with on your first call. That reality series they're shooting in town, World's Wildest Stunts, got a little too real tonight. The show's star stuntman was nearly killed. Check out if it was an accident, negligence, or more. You can either start at the Mediterranean Casino where the stunt was being filmed, or head to St. Anthony's Hospital to interview the stuntman. It's your call. Remember, listen to the evidence, listen to the suspects.
Hey, welcome to CSI. Catherine Willows. You believe this insanity? We're not usually dealing with a victim whose business is almost getting himself killed nightly. Lot to do. Let's keep our eyes and minds open.
To quit the game or change the options, including gameplay difficulty, hit the Escape key on your keyboard at any time. The Location tab at the bottom of the screen allows you to access various locations. Click on a location icon on the left side of the location bar. Good. Other locations will appear as you uncover more places to visit. The CSI locations on the right allow you to access the other members of your support team for evidence analysis and warrants. Notice that when you passed the pointer over the object, it changed to a forward arrow. This always indicates that you can inspect something in greater detail. To back out of any close-up view, simply click on either far edge of the screen. To back out of any close-up view, simply click on either far edge of the screen. To back out of any close-up view, Questions will often be available for you to ask suspects and victims. The questions will vary depending on the evidence and information you've collected. To select a question to ask, click it with your pointer.
Well, it's after visiting hours, but who's complaining? Please tell me you're my physical therapist, beautiful.
Just isn't your lucky night, is it? Catherine Willows, Las Vegas Crime Lab. This is my partner.
Crime lab? Since when is it a crime to have a stunt go wrong? Taking risks is what I do. Alert the media that Ace Dillinger laughed in the face of death once again.
Notice your case file has been updated. This means information has been added to your file on a suspect or victim. View your case file by clicking on the icon in the bottom right.
Some detective you are. Take a look. Lucky I didn't break my neck. Came damn close, though. Fractured spine, whiplash, broken right tibia, 3 cracked ribs, 1 broken rib, and a concussion. But I'll be back on a bike before you know it.
Click on the case file icon in the bottom right to review the new information. The case file holds a summary of everything you've learned about victims and suspects. You can view each by clicking on their corresponding tabs at the top of the screen. The evidence trinity is your guide to measuring progress. You must find evidence that links the suspect to the victim to the crime scene, and the crime scene to the suspect. Finding enough of these connections will allow you to bring suspects in for interrogation.
Well, I gotta admit, that's a stumper. It seemed like it was going smooth as a baby's backside. I dumped the clutch and hit the ramp, get airborne and land her nice and square. I try slowing to lay the girl down and slide under the truck, but the bike, it's still revving full bore. I go to grab the clutch lever, but my hand slipped off the bar. If I'd had my head screwed on straight, I might have thought to kill the engine switch. Instead, I go and lock both brakes and wind up plowing, all wobbly, full steam ahead. I swerve away from the truck, just to keep my head from ending up in a separate bag. And after that, as you big-time investigators just might be able to figure out for yourselves, it gets a tad cloudy. What part of the damn stunt went sideways don't you understand? You think I took a header for grunts and giggles? I mean, I could use a vacation, but this ain't the route I'd pick. Well, it did seem the gas just wouldn't stop flowing. I use a custom carb on that bike, but it's never given me trouble before. If you're gonna look at anything, make it that, and the throttle assembly. Look, I always do major servicing of my bike my own self. You want something done right? You know the rest. Don't trust these damn shops. Bunch of amateurs. But David McLadden, the stunt director, insists on double-checking my gear before every trick. He tuned my baby up at his trailer in the casino parking lot. Come to think of it, he gave my bike more attention than anybody else's. I kinda got after him about it. McLadden? Never had that much to do with him. Might sound funny, but I'm the star. He's kinda small time. I mean, it's strictly professional. We don't hang. And hey, I don't suffer fools, so when he fouls up or has a lame idea, I'm not shy about tearing him a new one. Producer's been on the guy, saying he'd better come up with some fresh new ideas, kind that'll attract ratings, pump up the action, you know, if we hope to get picked up for another season. We're on what they call the bubble. Borderline call whether we're back or not. Corey Mazzotti. Production office is downtown, Draftler Promotions. You're big-time detectives. Try using this cutting-edge investigative tool they got now, the phone book.
Okay. We have to carefully check this whole area to reconstruct how this accident happened. We're looking for inconsistencies. You take the lead.
Your pointer can be used to navigate around a panoramic location. Move it to the left or right edge of the screen to scroll around. To examine something or someone more closely, move your pointer over it and click. Scroll around by moving the pointer to either side of the screen. Move your pointer over objects of interest and click.
Our boy should have been decelerating here, or anyway trying to. Read the skid marks. Short, like a series of dashes, increasing in length. Only Ace was on his way to a lot of bandages. Skidding along, not able to slow down. That's gotta ruin a stuntman's day.
Notice the pointer changed to a side-pointing arrow to indicate that you can return to the previous screen.
Nice ramp. So, report says our stuntman weighs in the neighborhood of 180. Bike's about another 300 pounds. Hits the ramp at 80 miles per hour on a 30-degree incline. Speed generally decreases by roughly 1 mile per uphill degree. Leaves the ramp at around 50 miles per hour with a slight tailwind. Lands the jump successfully. Hey, learning math without a calculator comes in handy sometimes. Here's where the rubber met the road. It's consistent with the 50 mile per hour impact.
David McLadden. I'm the stunt director around here. Hey, stunts are organized chaos. Best laid plans and all that garbage. Ace was supposed to hit the ramp, land the jump, lay the bike down, and slide under the truck. But instead, he just veered off, did a washout, and then binned it into the barricades.
In English.
He skidded across the pavement and crashed. I coordinate and help design all the gags on World's Wildest Stunts. And now by gags, I don't mean ha ha ha. That's what we call the stunts themselves, gags. I make sure they're exciting, go off without a hitch. Usually. Well, we've been working on the show all season. I met guys with better personalities, sure, but Ace is not paid to be a sweetheart. He's good at what he does. You're looking at him. I gave the bike a quick once-over, tightened this and that. Not much else is called for, because Ace is a bug about his gear. Always on top of it, himself.
Where did you do this inspection?
In my equipment trailer, out in the parking lot. Did I? Just a routine inspection. Did a once-over of it at my equipment trailer, finished my coffee, then was called away for a quick chat with Mazzotti, the producer. After that, I sent it on back to Ace. Nothing more. He's not my favorite, all right? Try to steer clear of him most of the time. I won't lie to you, he's made noises about replacing me, including tonight. But chances are we'll be in Video Valhalla before you know it anyway. Our ratings are in the cellar, and we're this small-time show up against network series with 2-3 times the budget. I don't mind at all, if you got a warrant. I'm particular about my gear, everything's in its place, and I don't need you people messing up the tools of my trade unless you've got a damn good reason. And did I mention a warrant?
Okay, let's take a closer look at what made that bike tick. Or stop ticking. You know what this looks like? A custom prototype carburetor, modified for stunt work from a standard street bike. If the rider couldn't stop the flow of fuel, we should check the throttle mechanism. The throttle cable might be another avenue worth writing down. This should be a lubricant designed to help the cable glide through the casing, but if somebody wanted to send the bike and its rider to the scrap heap, they might have tried to contaminate it, jam the throttle, making it stick in the open position, which is not recommended.
When you are close enough to use a tool, the Tools tab at the bottom of the screen will automatically be selected. Tools are categorized into either collection or detection tools. Rolling the cursor over any of the tools gives you a brief description of its use. For a more detailed description of a tool, double-click on its icon. Evidence you collect is added to your evidence folder and categorized as either trace, documents, or items. Double-click on an evidence icon to review what you know about it. If you need to process collected evidence further, you can apply your tools directly to the evidence from this view. Evidence can sometimes be combined by dragging an item from the evidence bar over the image above. Evidence descriptions will often update throughout the case, so check them regularly. Tools are categorized into either collection or detection tools. They can be accessed by clicking on their category tabs.
Nicks in the metal indicate tampering, courtesy of a cutting or clamping tool.
For a more detailed description of a tool, double-click on its icon.
The spring is snapped. A result of the crash, or did someone arrange for it to break?
For a more detailed description of a tool, double-click on its icon. For a more detailed description of a tool, double-click on its icon.
Try something else. Good find. Sticker of some kind, maybe for a service shop. Can't quite make it out. Clean, distinct treads. A lot of grime and dust on the tire. We got a thin yellowish liquid with a pungent smell. I'm gonna pass on a taste test. How about you? We'll let Greg confirm it's urine, though. Isn't that sweet? Some helpful soul tried to clean up our crime scene by sweeping up. Innocent cleanup or crime scene tampering. Either way, I don't love it. What's this? Greasy kid stuff? Nice and slippery. Lubricant, maybe.
Listen, I didn't know this was going to be some kind of crime lab production. I mean, it's a stunt show. We had an accident, there was a mess, and part of my rarefied executive position is I reach for a broom when necessary. What are you gonna do? Small production, small budget. When the EMTs arrived, they said I should stop, and I did, right away.
Can't go in without the owner's permission, unless a judge has given us the go-ahead.
Hey, welcome to the graveyard shift. Greg Sanders. You're the new blood. You've come to the right guy at CSI if you want to know the inside skinny. Need my help analyzing evidence? Hey, don't worry, I can take it. You might get my analysis immediately, or maybe I'll send you over to the computer or microscope image analyzer. Let you work the evidence yourself. Good experience for you. What we have here is a piece of a spring. The rest has been broken away. Little marks in the metal, tool marks possibly. A little presto changeo on the ESDA equipment, and poof, the company name, Vegas Motorcycle. Don't know all the shops around here, so you'll have to dig the address up from someone else. Automatic transmission fluid, slippery stuff, but no traces of metallic particles, meaning it's never been used in a vehicle.
Then maybe it was nothing more than a lubricant to help the bike slide under the truck.
And on the menu today is salts, uric acid, ketones, potassium, calcium, urine. Looks like our hero gets scared like us mere mortals. When he came to rest and his muscles relaxed, he voided his bladder. Or as we scientists put it, he wet himself. What we have here, children, is a silicon-based lubricant. This stuff keeps cables sliding through their casings and prevents sticking. Silicon lubricants don't contaminate easily. But I checked it for dirt or sand or any kind of contaminant that might have prevented the cable from slipping anyway. Zip zally zilch.
We can probably rule out sabotage of the throttle cable as the cause of the crash then.
Hey, I scanned that print into the computer for you. Scan that tread into the computer. Don't embarrass me with your praise.
Searching the computer for fingerprints, DNA, shoe prints, and tire treads will always give you a set of results, but there's no guarantee of a positive match. You'll have to visually compare the collected sample to the results before you draw your conclusion.
No, those don't match. You've got to be careful to find subtle details. You should be pretty sure you've got a match before you ask me to check it for you. You don't have a match. A lot of similar ones, but I'm not sure if any of these match. Tread looks fairly new. Some distinctive wear patterns and irregularities on it, though.
I'm always glad to meet a new CSI. You're the backbone of what we do. I'm Captain Brass. I can help you by facilitating warrants and digging up additional information about suspects and victims. My door's always open. How can I help you on this one? Draffler Promotions? Should be easy enough. Got it. Office near downtown. See what these show folks have to say for themselves. For you? Anything. Let's see. Got it. 493 Briarway, bit outside of town.
Dusty tread marks. I'd love to process it, but legally it's on the owner's property. We'll need permission.
The handle's Handelman, Leslie Handelman. And it's my shop. I'm a girl who doesn't mind getting her hands dirty. What can I do for you? Ace? He's a peach. Barks a lot worse than his bite. Gets his bike serviced here, time to time. Let me think. Don't believe so. Mostly he likes to do his own upkeep on the bike. Sure, Ace has talked about it. I saw it a couple times, but I've never been over to the set or anything. They got their own staff. And anyway, I'm plenty busy here. I got bills to pay. Lots of them. Hey, I always cooperate with the law. Mi casa is su casa. Only I gotta ask you to stay on that side of the counter. My business materials are private.
Dust and light dirt scattered on a surface can be preserved and recovered by using the electrostatic dust lifter in your collection tool tab. Select the dust lifter with a single click, then lift the image by clicking directly over it.
These treads in the dust look recent.
World's Wildest Stunts, Corey Mazzotti. I really appreciate you people looking out for our interests here. Thanks a lot. It's just one of those unfortunate things. Frankly, on a show like this, we're lucky we've never had worse. And Ace seems set to make a full recovery. Happy ending for everybody. Well, sure. Behind you all the way, 190%. Oh, except my desk? That's off limits. A lot of industrial espionage in the old TV world. Have to maintain my privacy, you understand. Where did you hear that? The crazy rumors that get around in this business. Look, our show's doing fine in the ratings, and we're going to do better. Ain't broke, ain't gonna fix it. Anything else?
If you are stuck on a case, you can often get help from your CSI partner. Clicking on a question will ask your partner for a hint. However, all hints will count against you in your final evaluation.
Hey. That print has been scanned into the computer for you. That tire tread is now in the computer for you. Print's in the computer for you. You're welcome.
Those don't quite seem to match. You don't have a lot of similar ones, but I'm not sure if any of these match. These two prints are a definite match. One of the ones you looked at just might match. Those don't quite... No, those don't... One of the ones you looked at just might match. Fraud, blackmail. Well, the producer of the world's wildest stunts is a little wild himself. Draffler Promotions. Those two match up quite nicely. So, Ace's bike was at the Vegas motorcycle shop recently.
Need something? We're not there yet. Remember guy's job's dangling and he was tampering with the crime scene? Go to work on that trailer of his. Little do-it-yourself CSI style. We can't walk in and search.
Well, plenty to keep us busy here. He admits sweeping up after the supposed accident, so this is no big surprise. Small piece of metal. Spring of some kind, maybe.
You can use the tweezers in your Collection Tool tab to collect most small bits of evidence. Select the tweezers with a single click, then pick up the item by clicking directly over it.
Video cassette tape. Professional. Somebody's going to pay more than a rewind fee for this. McLadden may not be the sharpest tool in the box, but this might be. Double venti decaf latte, no whip, extra hot. Well, these macho stunt people really live dangerously, don't they?
Porous surfaces, like this one, can be dusted for fingerprints using magnetic powder. Select the magnetic powder under your detection tools by single-clicking on it. Then apply the powder to the item by clicking and dragging over the surface.
If this is the coffee McLadden said he was drinking when he checked Ace's bike, safe bet these are also his prints. Well, these puzzle pieces fit. It's a broken throttle return spring. But is the big picture sabotage?
What's up? That print has been scanned into the computer for you. You're a standard garden variety wire stripper, that's all I can tell you. Not only was this baby crushed, it was demagnetized. This was not somebody's favorite home video, but the AV lab worked some minor magic. We covered a few still frames for you. Footage from the stunt looks like. Images are kind of distorted like an old 60s LSD flick. Use the image enhancement equipment on the table. The dimensions are consistent with an assembled throttle return spring. Shuts the carburetor's valve when the rider releases the throttle, reducing air-gas flow to the engine. It's possible a defect could have caused it to snap under severe stress.
Like the impact of a heavy landing, for example. Blurry. Too far away. Pretty far, plus the ramp's in the way. Motion blur. It's hard to make anything out. All right, we've got a nice clear view of the engine. Let's get even closer and see if we can spot the return spring. It's dark, but you see that? Our spring has already sprung. Must have been weakened enough to snap before the bike even landed. Whoever cut that spring sabotaged the stunt. You don't have a match. These two prints are a definite match. Seems our gag man, David McGladden, dropped by his producer's office recently. Don't think it went well.
Motorcycle repair shop, not too far from here. Nice little shop. Gal runs it. She's young and, well, frankly, you know, kind of hot. But she knows her stuff, all right. I don't think I'm obligated to discuss that with you. I don't think I'm obligated to discuss that with you.
Are you kidding? Why is it unusual for the stunt director to stop by the producer's office? So we had a little discussion. So what? Creative people in a creative business, you know? His temper got the best of him and he hurled his cup at me. No biggie. Spilled coffee under the bridge. You know, funniest thing, I have no interest in these crazy bikes in my personal life. I'd have no interest to go by any shop like that. Really? Well, isn't that the strangest thing? Are you sure? Oh, wait. Right. You know, I was there, briefly, just the other day. My daughter's been after me to buy her a cycle. How can the producer of World's Wildest Stunts say no to a request like that? It was just a quick visit. It slipped my mind.
That's all the questions we have, for now.
Maybe he'd come around when I was out to lunch or something. Can't help you. Wish I could.
What's up? Denied visiting Vegas motorcycle. Downplayed his confrontation with McLadden. You know, this guy's nose is growing, and you're about to harvest a search warrant. I need more than hunches before I turn you... You know, I just love it when people hide evidence. It's like they sent us an engraved invite to sit down for a friendly chat.
We're a small production here. Everybody pitches in and does their part. I saw it on set, so I just grabbed it to give to the producer later. Not for a while. I told you already, I usually steer clear of that guy.
Then you've either got a poor sense of direction or a bad memory. We've got evidence that you were there tonight, and arguing with him.
Well, I wouldn't call it an argument, exactly. It was a discussion, that's all. A private discussion. Sabo, what? Look, you two. I've tried to be helpful, even though I can't see why any kind of investigation is needed here. This was an accident. Move on.
You had the opportunity to rig that gag to fail. And there's no love lost between you and that charmer Ace.
Would I cry if that obnoxious jerk landed real hard? Hell no. But I have a reputation to maintain, and anyway, I'd lose my damn job.
Hadn't you already lost it, Mr. McLadden?
What are you trying to do to me? Hey, lady, I'm a pro. I'm good at what I do. I take pride in it, and I don't screw around with people's damn lives. So our star stuntman is a horse's ace. So what? That's the showbiz breaks.
People's tempers sometimes flare in showbiz, though, right? Between you and Corey Mazzotti, for instance?
So it's not been wine and roses with me and Corey. What's the biggie? He's a producer with a stunt show that's in trouble, and I'm the logical whipping boy down his food chain to take the fall for falling ratings.
And you went to his office to sort things out.
Yeah, told him where to stick it. It's a high-stress job. But we came to terms, Corey and me. He called me in right after the gag went south and said if I cleaned up the mess quick, he'd make room for me next season. Destroy what? Oh, that was an accident. Slammed the door and the thing was in the jam.
Accidents will happen. Around your show, especially. Maybe you accidentally demagnetized that tape, too.
I didn't even know it was demagnetized. I don't know how that could have happened. But there's magnetic parts on some of this equipment, so...
We don't believe in accidents or coincidences, Mr. McLadden. We appreciate your cooperation, but stay handy. We may need more.
Well, isn't that a kick in the teeth? You'd think there'd be a bit better protection for decent law-abiding folks like me.
That's all the questions we have, for now. Well, looks like the network's suits want the wildest stunts to get a little wilder. Our producer's under pressure, and I think he may have blown off some steam. Encrypted message. Let's put it on disk. Maybe we can break the key back at the lab. Something splattered here recently. Looks like some force behind it.
Yes? Here's the decaf latte you ordered. Cookie with that, or carrot cake, perhaps?
So the stain on the wall was coffee. Hard to believe that got there accidentally.
Encrypted message. Quick glance looks like a pretty simple cryptogram cipher. I'll set up a search link for you on the computer and you can hunt for that cipher that decodes it. Can't think of much more to tell you about that.
I think this made more sense when it was still encrypted. What's a Kamawa? A brand of motorcycle? And why is our producer sending email to Vegas Motorcycle anyway?
Yeah? What do you need, guys? You don't have enough Guys, you need more on Mazzotti's possible accomplices before trying this stunt. Not yet.
Nah, just Ace. I mean, crew members could do business without me realizing that's who they are. Mutual interest in bikes and all. But I got lots of customers, and I don't know what most of them do for a living.
That's all the questions we have, for now.
Vegas Cycle? Yeah, that's a shop I drop by now and then. I was just stopping to see if the gal who runs the place got in that new line of grip fire handlebar grips. Oh, I've been waiting for months for those babies to come in.
Need something? Yeah, let's see if your suspect has anything else to tell us.
I got nothing for you.
I don't know anything about that. Hey, lots of people in the production office, on the crew, have access to my computers.
Can't think of any.
What's up? Yeah, the woman's hiding something. Find out what.
If you've got a warrant, I guess I've got no choice. Go ahead.
That's all the questions we have, for now. Komawa. That really decrypts the message. Lottery tickets. Last weekend. Somebody get lucky? Hope it's us. Whoa! Our hard-working lady mechanic said she had bills. Now she can afford to pay them. Try something similar. Try using a similar tool. A boost, huh? What kind, I wonder? Receipts for service. All Ace Dillinger. And all for no charge. Somebody's getting free lube jobs.
What's up? Hey, I scanned that print into the computer for you. Oh my god, you guys are not going to believe this.
You're kidding. It's a winner?
What, the ticket? Nah, it's a dud. I wanted to tell you, I think I saw Elvis Presley buying a corn dog at a convenience store the other day.
Anyway, anything else about the ticket?
Nope. I've done everything I can think of with that. Professional quality bike tool, kids. Very specialized. Long neck lets you reach into tight places and clip or crimp to your heart's delight.
Looks like our producer's been greasing our grease monkey's palm.
Yeah? What do you need, guys? Let's just see how Miss Handelman and that producer Mazzotti happen to be riding together, and who's in the saddle.
Relationship? With what producer? Hey, I said I'd cooperate, but this is a bunch of bull.
We know Mazzotti's been emailing you. We broke the code. This is your chance to tell your side.
I don't have a side, and you're reaching. I don't see how that's your business. I have some customers that prefer cash and carry. What of it? He built up a big store credit and we were just working through it. No law against that. I don't have anything to hide. Go ahead.
Yes. Print's in the computer for you. You're welcome.
An envelope of cash? To who? I don't think so. My accountant insists on a paper trail for everything.
Maybe not everything. You see, Leslie Handelman got herself in money trouble, thanks to your ace stuntman leading her on about exposure on your show. So she had a grudge against him. Plus, she needed money to keep her business going.
And this has to do with me how?
What's up? Sure, let's...
I got nothing.
Sure, Looking at your case file, you could use more evidence that ties the suspect to the victim.
I told you, I mostly do my own maintenance. But yeah, I've been getting comped there some. See Leslie Handelman, gal that runs it. Leslie's been wanting to sponsor me, put their logo on my bike, sort of thing. So it's kind of like the barter system, off the books. Only we haven't put it in motion yet. Certain permissions I gotta wrangle. You know how showbiz is.
Yeah? Would... Not an... Yeah, let's...
Hey. No thanks. Makes me jumpy.
Just analyze it, will you, Greg?
Hey, it's just regular coffee. Whatever that means these days.
But more importantly, the lab analysis of the stain matches McLadden's favorite brew. He may have spent some time in the producer's office recently. A thing of beauty, a nice, clean tool mark on a spring, ripe for comparison.
Hey. It's a return spring. It closes the carburetor's valve when the rider releases the throttle. The tool marks appear to have been made with a handheld clamping tool or something sharper like wire cutters or nippers. Would have been a delicate job even in the hands of a pro. You know, I could match up these unique imperfections to the right tool. We've got ourselves a specialized professional quality bike tool and some even more special tool marks that match our return spring perfectly. I'd say your wild spring break started here.
So, since the return spring was snapped before the bike landed, the Kamawa tool is a key clue.
Bad news. I checked the tool marks on the return spring against this wire stripper. Not a match.
Need something? Yeah, let's...
What? That's a crock.
A crock full of evidence, from your email to that Kamawa tool of yours.
Look, I'm no criminal. I just got in over my head. I borrowed some money on the street and put it into my shop, because Ace told me he'd promote my place on his show. But he never came through. Just kept bilking me for more free service in return for more empty promises. Finally, that producer, Corey, came by and said that he'd give me a service contract with the show next year if I helped. Even agreed to promote my place on the air, like Ace promised. Plus, he waved all that cash at me. All I had to do was rig Ace's bike.
Why would a producer sabotage his own show?
Ratings. The accident would stir up all kinds of media interest and viewers. And Corey had Ace heavily insured if he got really hurt to where he couldn't perform or died or... Honestly, I can't believe I went along with it. But I did.
Walk us through it.
Corey called Ace away to discuss the stunt as a distraction. Using that tool, I worked quickly on Ace's bike, weakening the throttle return spring. Later, I went to the casino, trying to get the nerve to warn Ace. But all I did was watch the stunt, hoping it'd turn out okay. When I saw Ace hit the barricade, I burst into tears. Thank God he wasn't hurt bad.
See? You did have your side of this.
For what good it'll do me. Corey has his side too, you know, and he'll deny all of this.
People can deny anything they like, Ms. Handelman, but the evidence always has its side too.
Can't think of anything to tell you.
So we got both the mechanic and the stunt director pointing a finger at the producer. Okay, let's see if they're onto something.
Well, you ought to be in my business with that kind of imagination. Ruin my own show. Right, I'm sure. No.
Funny. McLadden insists you did.
He's covering his own backside. If anybody rigged this, it's McLadden. He and Ace are oil and water. You don't have a damn thing on me.
Let's see. Your show's in trouble, needs a rating boost bad. We have your prints on that cash envelope. There's the email you sent Ms. Handelman, and the tool that was used to snap the return spring on Ace's bike. Your accomplice has already made you, and McLadden says you traded him job security for tampering with a crime scene. I guess we don't have much at that.
Look, what's the harm? It was just an angle, you know, make it play better with all those 18-year-old males with ADD in our audience. Ace gets paid to take risks, right? No harm, no foul. So I told the Handelman broad I'd help her out of the financial jam Ace himself put her in. Sent the tool, and she made one little snip. Next thing you know, things are much more exciting. After the crash, I called McLadden. He'd gone postal before, worried about getting fired. So I made amends. Promised to renew his contract next season if he helped clean up the mess. Now, can't we make some kind of arrangement? I didn't really do anything wrong. It was just, you know, television.
Oh, you're going to be on TV, Mr. Mazzotti. And this is the kind of wild stunt where you don't walk away unharmed.
I really wish I could be more helpful.
You're off to a good start. You learned that things are not always as they appear, but the evidence cannot lie.
Observational challenges test your memory of the case you just played. Correct answers allow you to improve your evaluation score. Good luck.
It's lively at the morgue tonight. Doc Robbins has the body of a homeless man, which unfortunately is a routine occurrence. But this Vic has some interesting anomalies. Brass can get you the address of where the body was found. But first start with our best evidence, the body itself.
Hey, I'm Warwick Brown. We can use another good CSI. Catherine says you don't miss much. How about this time you don't miss anything? So let's go see the doc and find out what put this homeless corpse on the coroner's radar.
Warwick and the newbie, welcome to the morgue. Very helpful destination, unless it's your last. And I hope you aren't squeamish, because the body of evidence on any murder case starts with the body as evidence. I'm Dr. Albert Robbins, but we're going to be friends, so Doc or Al is fine. I'm here to answer your questions, uncover little pieces of truth that will add up to a bigger truth. How our Vic died, what the murder weapon was, possibly the deceased's identity. I deal with the kind of trace evidence that doesn't make itself obvious at the crime scene.
So what's the story here, Doc? Grissom said you found something that didn't quite add up on a homeless guy.
First glance, we've got a male, mid-30s, apparent alcohol poisoning fatality. Of course, we have bleeding out of the mouth consistent with this kind of death, and the expected filthy, ragged, and ill-fitting clothing. Not exactly the top story in the 11 o'clock news, right? But consider the stomach contents, traces of white French truffles, which go around $150 an ounce. Plus, we have a blood alcohol reading of 0.50. High, you say? Too high. The hardest core drinker would typically pass out long before hitting that mark. Well, that's a start. I've prepped a DNA sample for the computer as a matter of procedure. Normally pretty straightforward, but not in this case. The entire body should be rigid from rigor mortis. That's muscle losing its adenosine triphosphate and hardening. But the stiffness was inconsistent, absent in several joints, indicating that the Vic was moved. And without knowing the environmental conditions at the real site of the death, determining time of death becomes quite difficult. Wakeman Vodka. Pretty high-class brand for a homeless guy, don't you think? Sure, but here's another surprise for you. I found indications our fragrant vagrant may have been dressed posthumously. You'll also note that we have an oddly well-groomed corpse beneath the rags. Well-groomed, but you've still got the malnutrition and poorly healed wounds, consistent with the life on the streets. Some post-mortem bruising on the face, too. Bruises indicate he may have been forcefully held down, not a post-mortem injury. He had a heart transplant, probably as an adolescent, so this is not a man who always lived his life on the streets. No evidence of any anti-rejection drugs in his system, though off his meds he may have been living on borrowed time anyway. No fatty deposits on the liver, smooth tissue, nutmeg color too. Street person or not, this was no heavy drinker. Impression and tan line on his finger suggests he'd worn a ring for some time, months at least. If you don't tell Grissom, I'll share a guess with you. The nose test says that's your standard issue garden variety vomit. Involuntary contractions cause the stomach to spew its contents up the esophagus. Lots of ways that reflex can be triggered. From a finger down the throat, to flu, to feelings of guilt.
Need something? Hey, you're gonna love this. How about a condemned building that was once an insane asylum near the edge of town? Real eyesore. Drives us crazy, all the disturbance reports we get, kids causing trouble out there. I'll secure it for you. Well, Vegas isn't short on gourmet dining, but still, those morsels are rare. I'll run a check on restaurants listing their specials online. Only one hit for the past few days. Le Figaro restaurant, right downtown.
This pad's perfect for nightmares. Musty and damp. Vic's blood. This is where the EMTs picked up the body. It's pretty common to have bleeding from the mouth in an alcohol poisoning. No need to sample it. Yeah, in this town it's better to be lucky than smart, and we just got lucky. A fly must have dropped her eggs on the Vic's blood. We're getting closer to the time of death. Hey, we got some muddy footprints here. Ward Brown's first rule, it all comes down to shoe prints. Looks like fresh paint over here. You catch that pungent smell? Alcohol, maybe? Prints cut off at the break. Barely a partial. Part of a print, but it stops at the edge where the glass is broken. This is kind of out of place, you think? Not as dusty as everything else. The blood, the wheelchair. Our Vic was wheeled over here and dumped. Damn, that's cold. Disruption in the dust could be important. Can't make out this number, but it's etched in the metal. Pretty superficial. Sometimes acid brings out more of the detail, but it might destroy the image altogether. Any ideas? Great idea. Microsil makes a good negative mold. Seatback looks really weathered. Well, this little number rolled a long way. We're with the crime lab and we need to speak with the manager.
I'm the manager and owner, Marcus Vanderhalen. Is there a problem?
There's no problem. We just have some questions. Background on an investigation.
Always a pleasure to be of service to law enforcement. Oh my, numerous people. It's a house specialty. Not always on the menu, you understand. But patrons flock here for it, when it's available. You'll have to be much more specific. Would you mind keeping your voice down, officer? It's a terrible problem that I frankly can't seem to do anything about. I've called you people dozens of times, and while I know you can't be everywhere at once, these tramps, bums, this human refuse, they frequent my alley in the dumpsters like a buffet line. This kind of thing, you understand, makes my patrons most uncomfortable. I'd rid the world of that filthy rabble if I could, much less my alley. These lowlifes are always lurking about back there, and as you might imagine, my relationship with any one of them is limited to chasing them the hell away. I wouldn't know one from the other. Interchangeable riffraff. We have an exclusive clientele, and as much as I would like to be of help, I must protect their privacy. No, I cannot do that.
That's all we need right now. Well, it may be a fine restaurant, but this is one rank alley. It's got to be a better place for a guy down on his luck to find a meal. Torn cloth. Someone must have got snagged hopping the fence. Truffle special and an asparagus omelet. Truffle special, grilled eggplant pasta. Truffle special with a baked Alaska dessert. Leftovers. Someone hungry enough might find this worth eating. Powdery substance.
Hey. I amplified and graphed that DNA of yours, scanned it into the computer. Not the most fun I've had today. That was vomit, thank you very much, delicately laced with asparagus and scrambled egg. Asparagus omelet, maybe? Traces of DNA from the lining of the digestive tract, faint but not something Greg Sanders is likely to miss, which I've amplified into full profile. Oh, and sometimes DNA traces like that in food could indicate a stomach ulcer. Walk over to the computer and you'll find that shoe print scanned in. The paint, which I put through a thin layer chromatographic analysis, separating the organic compounds, is consistent with canned spray paint. A few different graffiti crews like to get creative with this stuff. Mostly water, but also alcohol. Vodka. Distinctive formulation, so we've got a brand. Leroy Banks Premium.
I've seen that stuff. $6 a bottle. Definitely for the budget conscious.
I've done everything I can think of with that. Nothing new to report on that. Shoe print scanned in the computer. Hey, I scanned that print into the computer for you. Diphacinone, a highly toxic rodenticide. Rat poison. But somebody sprinkled it on, wasn't mixed in.
You mean someone's out to get homeless people?
Nice, huh? The rat here is the one sprinkling on poison like it's seasoning. Warwick, these are human beings, people in trouble, and some restaurant owner is going to just get rid of them like they're an infestation because they're bad for business?
I hear you. This guy's starting to really rub me the wrong way.
So we know somebody ordered that telltale asparagus omelet, only we don't know who. The image enhancement and microscopy equipment is where that's going. Can't think of much more to tell you about that. Microsil mold of an impression? Clever. Ran a few processes, enhanced it further, reversed it, and voila! Serial number SN21003. Denim fabric. Found blood on it. I've thermocycled it and dropped the chromosome map into the computer. Table scraps, but high-end ones. Kind you say you're bringing home to Poochie and then microwave for yourself.
Time of death? 28 hours prior, give or take a few hours. Yesterday, around dinner time. I don't know. Not sure any of these are similar enough. I don't know. Not sure any of these are similar enough. Looks like you got a match. Pretty consistent with the size 11. Though prints from mud can be misleading. It's not a match. Not even similar.
Not that I could find. Fluid was lost from the victim, though. That could attract some blowflies anywhere the body has recently been. Diphacinone? Manufacturers are required by law to incorporate an indicator dye to help identify it in the organs and bloodstream if the pesticide has been ingested. I found no traces of that or the poison itself in the body. However, there are ways to mask traces of poison, and this victim certainly shares many of the same characteristics that you'd find with a poisoning death.
Yeah? What do you need, guys? The graffiti plus those tough tread bruiser prints? Yeah, I know those graffiti punks. Try the bloody core. You should go check their hangout. I'll check. Yeah, here it is. Gotta love the net. Sold at a public sale at a cancer clinic about a year ago. No name, though. You got it. That's a good, solid lead. Make our entrepreneur pal look it up for you. Vander Hellen's food was in the victim's stomach, and he's got a real thing about the riffraff in his alley. Okay, so we couldn't actually find poison in the victim's system, but still, he's got an axe to grind. Let's bring in Mr. Warmth.
Reluctantly, I will honor your warrant and pray that you will remain discreet. On occasion, as the manager, I from time to time take the garbage out. I'm not sure I'd say often. It's my property. Is taking security precautions a crime in this country now? What control do I have over what happens behind my restaurant when I'm not present? If some scavenger ate something he shouldn't and met an unfortunate end accordingly, well, what fault is that of mine? I have my free will, and he has had his. All restaurants, even the finest, and ours is certainly one, have problems with vermin.
And you had your problems, right? With infestation? Namely homeless guys trying to find a crust of bread, scrap of meat. So you sprinkled rat poison all over your garbage like you were seasoning a stew. And our homeless victim came sniffing. And your generosity met his hunger and contributed to the man's death.
Look, even if I admitted to doing what you said, which, keep in mind, I haven't, there's no way I'd use enough poison to kill somebody. Just a light sprinkle here and there to keep the vermin away. That's all.
Well, you could bet we'll be in touch if any other homeless come in with as much as a stomach ache. Oh, and you're still on our suspect list.
Why not? I'm not guilty of a thing except trying to run a spick-and-span establishment. I have no objection. Glad to cooperate. I'm a respectable citizen, and you're wrong about me.
Wow, and I thought Sanders' crib was a mess. Blank. Could be useful anyway. Damn, it's just a partial. It's a bad habit, but good evidence.
Yes? That DNA's been amplified and graphed. It's in the computer. Print's in the computer for you. You're welcome. I've done everything I can think of with that.
Even when you add up 1 + 1, we still come up a partial.
Can't think of much more to tell you about that. With the credit card info, you should be able to track the person's identity on the computer. I've set up a search for you. Electrostatic imprint lifter shows us what was on the previous page. Handwritten, pawn shop, Ogden and Forth. And we have a match. Same exact paint batch as that stuff swabbed at the Laughing Academy. Tiny traces of mitochondrial DNA. I was able to amplify it enough for a profile, waiting for you in the computer.
This looks like the paper we analyzed. Same handwriting, same address. Open 24 hours, except when we arrive. Typical.
What's up? We've got some mitochondrial DNA from the smoker's mouth. I got a feeling this bud is bad for somebody's health.
Well, it's not Vander Hellen's prints on the wheelchair. That's the same guy as in the hangout. Probably waiting for the pawn shop to open, which should be around now. Got a hit. J.J. Thomas. Address and everything. A ring. Pretty grimy. This could be a family crest. Well, this one's definitely not fresh off the rack. We can't use that here. There's a better card in the deck for that.
What are you looking at? Joe Nobody, what's yours?
Warwick Brown, Crime Lab. You willing to answer a few questions?
Not unless you got a good reason to.
Hey. Pretty fancy meal for somebody to upchuck on such a scroungy jacket. The ever-popular asparagus omelet, brie cheese. Light on the DNA, though, not enough to amplify for the computer. One of the things we look at on human hair is the medullary index, the ratio of the diameter of the medulla to the shaft. But the index on the one you found is quite high, suggesting a different animal. Judging by the scale pattern, I'd guess a cute little kitty. You might be able to determine the species by comparing it under the microscope to known samples.
Singapura. It's a rare breed. Is that a rich guy's pet?
What's up? Well, that's easy enough to check. Oh yes, several to choose from. 7 through Nevada, but only 1 here in the city. Registered to a J.J. Thomas, Suite 3700, North Meadows Condos.
Something you want?
Please come in. May I help you?
We're with the Crime Lab. Would you mind answering a few questions?
Yes, it is. It's the home of J.J. Thomas. And I'm Claire Thomas, his daughter. If you're here to see my father, I'm afraid he passed away recently.
We're sorry for your loss, Miss Thomas.
What's this about, officers?
It's just a routine matter, but we could use your input.
Certainly. Bravely. He'd been fighting a long battle with lung cancer, and that's a war you just can't win. I hope I can help you, but I'm not really at my best at the moment. I was close to my father. I'm an only child, and my mother died when I was 5. Daddy was really all the family I had, and now I'm just sorting through things, putting a lifetime into boxes. I'm a little confused and just barely keeping it together. So, if we could make this short, I'd be grateful.
No problem. We just have a few questions.
Yes, while I settle the estate. This was my father's winter residence. The rainy weather in Seattle was hard on him. Last year, when he got worse, he moved here permanently, and I stayed in Seattle. I understand that you're just doing your job, but I'm afraid as vague as you've been, I can't see cooperating to that extent. Not when I'm under this kind of pressure. Maybe later if you can make the reasons for this intrusion a little more clear. From time to time, I'm his executor and sole heir, and I'm cleared to put charges on the corporate card. Why, yes I did, just the other night actually. Now this is embarrassing. Well, I guess you won't be surprised if I say I've been an emotional train wreck since Daddy died, and frankly, I've been lonely as hell. And I met a man at the casino lounge the other day. We had a nice conversation, and it seemed like there was this little spark between us, only, well, let's just say nothing ignited. Kinda came to my senses, and we did share a meal, but not phone numbers. Oh, that's an odd question. I'll have to think. I had an asparagus omelet, which is a favorite of mine. Really, I don't remember exactly what my, friend had. Frankly, he was nice enough, but awfully bland. Yes, he did. You do come up with things, officers. She's around here, somewhere.
That's all we need right now.
Need something? She ate the omelet, and her cat's hair is on the jacket. So let's see if she's hiding anything else.
Some routine matter? Look, I've been honest with you. All right, go on, go ahead. But make it quick, and please don't disrupt the things I'm sorting. There's so much work here with the estate.
That's all we need right now. Wakeman Vodka. That's the victim's brand. Now, here's something Gris would love. Blowfly larva. Body fluids could have been cleaned up, but not before this little guy got himself out of the way. Little fella might be our new best friend. It's a burned document, a report or something. Look, on his tie. Well, that's familiar. Remember the crest on the ring we found?
I don't have...
Yes? I've put that into the image enhancement and microscopy equipment for you. Couldn't restore the whole deal, but I did stabilize some of the burned paper enough to tell this is, or was, a private investigator's report, commissioned by the late J.J. Thomas himself. Trying to locate someone, it seems. Couldn't make out the name of the investigating firm, though. Even I'm not perfect. Found a gold ring under the gunk and grime. This crest on it would have made it hard to pawn. Pretty small, size 5. Nothing new to report. It's pretty mangled, so there's no point popping it under the microscope. But here's the good news. We tried a new technique for analyzing blowfly contents, and guess what we found? DNA.
Looks like our homeless victim dropped by the Thomas condo recently. Interesting.
Yeah? What do you need, guys? Your case file tells me that you...
I don't have.
What's up?
Based on my measurements, it looks like a size 5. Something you want?
Yeah? Not yet.
What's up?
Same cat.
What's up? Claire Thomas spent time with our victim right around the time he was killed, and she had her dead father's wheelchair to cart a corpse around. This case is sounding solid. Let's invite her to our party.
I have no idea. He hasn't needed it much since his death. The hospital must have it. Check with them if it's important for some stupid reason. Abandoned what? I don't think so. You people are completely out of your minds, though, so I can see how an insane asylum might fit in. Why not? If it'll help clear up this ridiculous matter. I would imagine I don't have much choice.
That's all we need right now.
Hey. That print has been scanned into the computer for you. That DNA is scanned and in the computer already, amplified and graphed.
Claire handled that wheelchair all right. Claire Thomas, our indignant suspect.
Need something? Yeah, let's see if your suspect has anything else to tell us.
Lying? Why would I lie to you? All I did was have dinner with a guy who turns out to have been homeless. He wasn't dressed like a homeless man when he struck up a conversation with me in that lounge.
I'm sure he wasn't dressed in his street person attire when you dined together, but you made sure he was back in his rags when the time came.
I already told you. Nothing happened between us. How did that asylum go out of business with customers like you waiting to get in?
Hey, roll out all the attitude you want, lady. You were in that asylum. Your fingerprints are on that wheelchair. Your father's wheelchair, which you used to dump the body.
What a stunning piece of evidence. My fingerprints were on my father's wheelchair? However could they have gotten there?
Well then, why don't you tell me how your DNA got on the victim's clothes? He was in your father's condo, Claire, shortly after you were having dinner with him. Right before his death. I don't buy your love connection. What's the real story?
You're reaching. You don't have anything. You don't know a damn thing.
Who is he, Claire? Or who was he? Or should I ask, why was your father so intent to find some homeless nobody? A nobody with your family crest on his ring.
Why don't you come back when you've got your own theory? All right. My father? I gave my life to him, living the way he wanted me to, going to the schools he chose, taking the courses he picked, working for him, living with him, never marrying. And suddenly, when he's sick, he starts talking about a son, my half-brother, by his first wife. First I ever heard of it, and my father gets all misty-eyed and regretful. Oh, poor child ran off and quit college. Disappeared after he and my father had bitter words of some kind. And my father? He wrote the boy off. Kid was dead, far as my father was concerned. That is, until my father lay dying and gets all syrupy sentimental.
He wanted to find his son before he died and hired an investigator who found him right here in Vegas.
Street rabble. Only by the time my brother turned up, Papa was already dead. I decided to meet him. Size him up? Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. We could run the company together and... Well, only when I saw him, he was... this vile, foul-smelling bum. Still, he was no fraud. He was family, all right.
That ring with your crest? He'd held on to it, no matter how much he might have been tempted to trade it in for a meal or a bottle.
He was as sentimental as my father, I guess. Anyway, I cleaned him up before we went out, bought him a nice meal. And I told him I'd even see that he was given a fair settlement, and we'd even see about a position of some kind with the company. But oh no, straight from the gutter to greed personified. He was going to fight me for the inheritance, as the firstborn son. He shouldn't have done that. I was the chosen one, or I had been. He fell asleep on the couch. He'd had a lot to drink for him. I got on top of him. He was half asleep. But when he woke up, I kept him pinned, and I shoved that vodka down his greedy throat. He almost drowned on it, but I didn't let up. I didn't let up. Then he was dead, and somehow I got the new clothes off him and his awful clothes put back on. And that was when it hit me. What I'd done, what I'd stooped to. And that expensive meal came up, and it was horrible. But I got my act together, and I wheeled him out to the van, over to the asylum, and I just dumped him like the homeless parasite he was. What did he ever amount to anyway?
Afraid I have an unpleasant little piece of family history I need to share. We tested your DNA, Claire, and we compared it to your so-called half-brother.
What do you mean, so-called?
No chromosomal match. I spoke to your family attorney, who off the record shared a story with me about your father's first wife and a chauffeur. Your father apparently disinherited your half-brother after discovering the boy wasn't his own. Then your father had regrets on his deathbed. Blood or no blood, this was the son he'd raised into manhood. Still, if you hadn't killed the chauffeur's son, Claire, you would have inherited everything. And you wouldn't be going to a cement condo.
You know, seems every family has a black sheep. Sometimes it's a surprise who that black sheep turns out to be. We have a multi-million-dollar construction site that has just been shut down, waiting for us. Seems the work crew out there turned over more than just dirt. Specifically, human remains. The bones may be ancient, making this a historic site. Or if not so ancient, a murder. Either way, we need to dig up the truth.
Hey, Sarah Seidel. You're the new recruit tearing up the place, huh? Well, if what we have is old bones, we'll just have to be advisors. What do you say we head to the dig site and get our hands dirty? I've already made a quick background check of the history. There have been a few archaeological finds west and south of the site, southern Paiute Indians. We'll have to identify this as either a potential crime scene or a possible ancient burial ground.
I am Elliot Lansdowne, and I don't appreciate this inconvenience. You people are holding up construction and costing me dearly, every second. As a taxpayer, in all due respect, I'm asking you to move this along quickly, so my men can get back to it. Just over 2 years, but I've been buying up land for 15. It was obvious the city would keep growing, including in this direction. In the land development business, 2 years isn't long at all, especially when you have to assemble enough parcels to build a casino this size. Anyway, putting together 250 mil of other people's money isn't an overnight affair. I put on my share of dog and pony shows to raise that kind of capital. I went through a broker to acquire most of the parcels that make up this site. The owner of this one? Never had contact. Mine is a speculative business. Informed speculation. But speculation just the same. I buy from intermediaries who link buyers with sellers. And some of the people I deal with, frankly, are flim-flam artists who've latched onto worthless land to con commissions out of greedy, stupid buyers. But someone like me can take advantage of their shady nature and pick up diamonds in the rough. Like this parcel. Only the backhoe. My crew are an experienced bunch, and knew enough not to touch a thing. Second we uncovered the bones, the operator shut down and brought me in. I knew damn well we needed to call you people in. But what bothers me? See, we got a couple of Native Americans on our crew. Good men, hard workers, but they've been spouting off about ancient burial grounds, and now I'm worried. Maybe this wasn't a diamond in the rough after all. More like a pig in a poke. Knock yourself out. Just do it fast, okay? I understand I got no choice in this. My land, but I got no say. Great. Just swell. So the sooner you people can deal with our skeletal friend, the sooner I can start putting this casino up. Remains were found over by that dig hole.
That's all we need right now. Here's the bones of contention. We'll need to make sure we carefully remove any dirt from these remains. The soil looks a bit darker here, doesn't it? Unfortunately, that backhoe appears to have done some damage unearthing our friend. But it's clearly a skull. Note the nick around the eye socket. A lot of damage, too bad. 'Cause it may screw up checking dental records. I don't see any obvious dental work. Tiny broken glass fragments. Hey, don't assume that makes this a modern corpse. The Paiute dabbled in colored glass beads. But this fragment, it looks clear, so perhaps it is modern. Part of an arm, right down to the hearty handshake. Fingernails decayed a long time ago, but something survived. Tiny fiber of some kind. Not my area of expertise, but could be an artifact. You know, more tribes than just the Paiute populated this region. Tire impression in the dried mud. I don't think the Paiute left this, though, judging by the treads around edges, it's been here a while. A couple of years, maybe. A bird's nest. We probably shouldn't disturb it unless we have a reason to. Bad karma.
Something you want? Sure, I'll send a team out to retrieve it. All this blunt impact damage to the facial area, accompanied by some damage sustained to the cranial cavity, likely shutting down brain function almost immediately. We're talking blows to the face and head with a slim but heavy object. Repeated blows. In this state of damage, it's difficult to determine precisely, but an educated guess, based on the facial bone structure, makes it a human male, early 40s possibly. From remains like these with no other evidence available, difficult to impossible. Haven't finished my entire analysis, but the Vic's in an advanced state of decomposition, ruling out most tests I could run. Puts the time well beyond a few months, but it could be longer, possibly much longer. Well, mitochondrial DNA for sure. Keeping a database of DNA records is a fairly recent practice, depending on how long ago the victim lived and whether or not there'd been a reason to have his or her DNA cataloged. It may or may not be useful to you. Superficially, no, but the skull had a tiny hairline fracture on the occipital bone, which healed many years before death. Childhood injury or accident, maybe. I took a head x-ray. Sinus cavities are as unique as fingerprints. Some medical offices have been putting their archived x-ray records on an image-searchable database. If your victim is contemporary, you may be able to cross-reference it and maybe get an identity. Sinus cavities somewhat damaged, possibly from the weight of the backhoe. Damage to the mouth area was too severe. I looked for signs of dental work unsuccessfully. You know, some dentists have started embedding ID tags and chips within porcelain caps and fillings just for situations like these.
Did our Vic have an ID like that?
I'm afraid not, Sarah. I just mention it as a point of interest.
Yes? I had a comprehensive soil analysis run on the sample. The report found that based on the calcium, magnesium, and chloride levels, the soil immediately around the body was turned recently, relatively speaking. Best guess is between 1.5 and 2.3 years. At no added cost to you, I also had the electrolyte levels checked to see if our decomposing victim gave off any clues while taking the dust-to-dust trip. Came back clean, suggesting the victim was otherwise healthy at the time of death, except for the dying part.
So, we've got an approximate time for when the body was buried. 2 years. Doesn't confirm the age of the victim, but it's a start. A good one. Thanks, Greg.
It's a fiber of some sort. Definitely modern, some kind of synthetic. I'll prepare for the microscope. That tire tread is now in the computer for you. That DNA's been amplified and graphed. It's in the computer. Being here to serve, I scanned the sinus x-ray into the computer, but that cranial cavity damage may make it tough to find a perfect match. Still, I've set up a simple search on the computer to compare the sinus x-ray to others on file for missing persons. Such a small piece of glass, I can't really tell you much. Maybe the microscope will give you more than I can. It's chert, a hard, brittle form of silica. These sharp edges and points are likely man-made, though. If this is an arrowhead, you're looking at a historic site, no matter what else you might find out there.
Then we should bring in an archaeologist, for the site's sake, if not the Vic's. Still, learning about that patch of desert might help us reinterpret our evidence. Tread's too weathered for a definitive match to anything in the database. Best we'll get is a comparative match to another tread based on the predominant features of this one. That narrows it down a bit, just a half dozen candidates over the past 2 years. Still, we need something more definitive about the Vic to narrow his identity further.
Need something? Apart from the construction itself, nothing. But I can tell you the press is all over this mess. Nothing like some rolling bones to spark the media's imagination. That new casino has been hyped to the hilt, and that makes this little story way too big for my taste. Play your cards close to the vest on this one. I can make that happen. I'll just call the university, have them send somebody over to the site. Can't promise how fast, though. Not like these profs are sitting around waiting for our call.
Sorry, I should have introduced myself. I'm John Montana. I'm an archaeologist from the University of Western Nevada.
Sericidal Crime Lab, this is my partner. Frankly, Mr. Montana, I didn't expect service this fast. We were told it was unlikely an expert like you could just drop everything and head out here.
I didn't have any classes today, and besides, the Paiute are my specialty. When I heard of human remains discovered out this way, well, I just had to dig in, so to speak. How can I help?
That's all we need right now.
Arrowheads of this type date the site to before 1640. Most likely Southern Paiute Indians, as I expected. Putting together that arrowhead with these ancient remains, I'd have to say this is a Paiute burial site. I doubt Native American activists will put up with a casino here.
What makes you think these remains are Native American?
The Paiute typically buried their dead in a location like this, with artifacts like that arrowhead. It's consistent with their practices and beliefs.
Okay, if we're looking at a Paiute site, why would a developer begin construction, or even buy a property without first having an expert assess it?
He probably wouldn't, but it's a big desert, Ms. Seidel, and as I understand, it took a backhoe to unearth these remains. Even experts make mistakes sometimes. Looking around, I'd have to say no, but a qualified no. See, I've evaluated scores of such sites over the years when an expert opinion's been needed. Still, had I been called, I can tell you I'd advise my client that this site is rife with red flags. It's a typical spot for Paiutes to settle.
Before I bought it, it was. Also, it was surveyed and cleared for large-scale construction. Or so I was told. Shows you what an expert opinion is worth these days. If I'd known these kind of headaches had been waiting for me out there, I'd never bought the damn land. You know, historical sites are virtually worthless to a developer. What am I gonna do? Put up a casino museum? Now, I'm embarrassed to say, I don't. Wish I did. Moved into a bigger office around the time we bought this property. If you ever moved in your life, you know how it goes. Dump things into boxes, and it's like they fell into a black hole. Which is where the backgrounder file on this property ended up, I'm afraid. Plus which, that real estate broker went out of business a while back. Moved out of state, I think. Not really. Bunch of junk, kind of stuff you run across anytime you clear land for construction. But there was enough to put a box of it together. My guys picked through it, probably took anything that was worth anything. But you're more than welcome to the leavings.
That's all we need right now. Here's the junk box Mr. Lansdowne mentioned. A watch. Kind that's right only twice a day. Baseball bat. Something embedded here. It's a tiny piece of glass. Pretty badly burned at this end. Accelerant's fluorescent or UV light. Good find. Can't be sure what kind it is yet, though.
What's up? Okay, we got a broken watch, weather damaged. Was able to look up the brand, Rolston Precision Classic. Very distinctive band on that model. Clear, thin glass. Might want to do some microscopic work on it. Here are your options. A, chemistry lesson, or B, detailed organic breakdown.
How about C? Simple layman's terms.
C4H10, N-butane. More commonly known as lighter fluid. Fast burning and easy to use.
Found that in the soil near the grave. Could have leached into the ground, or maybe somebody at a barbecue nearby. Although another more likely explanation is somebody had a little bonfire to destroy evidence, doing their best to cover up our Vic's identity. Someone who doused the victim's clothing and personal effects in lighter fluid could have easily spilled some. Glass fragment looks cleanly cleaved on one face. Hey, I've seen this before. It's from a contemporary eyeglass lens, a fragment of crown glass. Pattern of curvature indicates the owner had hyperopia, farsightedness, and used progressive bifocals. I'd estimate the spherical number at around 2.35 diopters. Definitely prescription, since grocery store reading glasses always come in 0.25 increments. Perfect fit. I think we have a relic of a murder here. Question is, who stepped up to the plate?
Something you want? Well, it's a fairly narrow nick with a slight curvature. Wire-framed glasses? Not unlikely.
Let's say our Vic had his glasses on when he was struck in the face, shattering the glass and embedding it in the tissue. Killer tries to clean it off, but some pieces were just too deeply embedded. We have a violent homicide here, possibly a spontaneous one reflecting anger and/or passion.
What's up?
Nothing else.
Well, I suppose anything's possible, but why on earth would anybody want to?
I'm gonna take a wild stab and say to hide a modern crime in the context of ancient artifacts.
Ms. Seidel, while your imagination is as admirable as it is fertile, I can give my expert opinion that this site is Paiute, with historical and religious significance.
That's all we need right now.
Yeah? What do you need, guys? Looking at your case file.
Hey.
Something you want? You got it.
I've said
Nothing.
What's
And jackpot. A positive ID on our victim, Freddie Sloan. He was in on some shady deals. Maybe running with the kind of people who would bury you in the desert.
Need something? Hey, remember I told you this case was on the media's radar? Word's out, it's a modern-day Vic. Cranks are coming out of the woodwork, too. We just got a call from... Ready for this? Madame Lazora, some self-professed psychic, claims to be having visions about your pile of bones when it was still up walking around in a flesh suit. Says his name was Fast Eddie.
Captain, that's really close to one of our Vic's AKAs. Fast Freddy.
Maybe you want to check out this medium at large, then. If you can get onto her dance card between the local radio and TV interviews she's granting, that is. Her parlor is near the southern end of the strip. Ran a background check already just to satisfy my curiosity. Came up empty. That I can manage easy enough. Looks like the same owner last couple of years. Our friend Lansdowne. Before that, one Adam Kilborn. Sold the land through a broker for a hefty amount. Might be worth talking to Kilborn, see if he remembers anything odd that may have gone down on that property. Mr. Kilborn resides in... Well, this is interesting for a guy who made a small bundle selling that piece of property a few years ago. Lives in a public housing complex. Vista Court, Unit 203.
You the cops? I wasn't making any noise. I don't care what these lousy neighbors say.
Actually, we're with the crime lab. Would you mind answering a few questions?
Listen, if it's about those parking tickets, I'll get to it when I can afford it, okay? Rent comes first, understand? What does that have to do with those parking tickets? Huh? History schmistery. Nothing ever happened out there other than coyotes making cactus fertilizer. It was a pile of worthless dirt. And for once I scored. What good it did me.
If you don't mind me saying, you sound a little bitter, Mr. Kilborn. Tell us why.
Oh, hell, I don't know. Living the life of Riley like this. Who was Riley, anyway? What made his life so frickin' great? Look, I don't get any kind of play, foul or otherwise. Haven't had a woman in my life for the last 3 years. Most action I gotten lately was getting my change lifted by a pickpocket.
Mr. Kilborn, how did you get from making a small fortune in the desert to...
Living off food stamps in the city? Hey, this is Vegas, honey. Scratch a winner, find a loser. And the vice versa, catch me? Once upon a time, I had me a small plot of prime Las Vegas real estate. Didn't look like much, but a glittering palace will rise up out of that sand one day soon. And I'm the king who lost his whole damn kingdom. My savings, everything, down the porcelain chute. Hey, I've been frank with you people. Now you want me to take you on a trip through every stupid screw-up I made? You think I want to put myself through sharing the details of my rise and fall to a bunch of strangers? No way. Damn right I mind. I'm the king, remember? And this is my castle. Stay on the other side of my moat. Go on, get out of here.
That's all we need right now.
I knew you were coming. My name is Madame Stella Lazora, and you must be the investigators.
We're with the police, that is the crime lab. We're working the site where the body was found, and if the media is to be believed, we understand you may have some insights to share.
I sense a certain skepticism, young lady. I take no offense. You are a woman of science, and whereas I am of the metaphysical, each, in its way, is a noble calling. Let us attempt to bridge those worlds.
Lighter fluid. Can't imagine lighting our candles and incense requires this much stuff. Finding lighter fluid near the remains may make the supply here of interest. Of course, the murder didn't happen recently.
It is not so much a matter of knowing, but sensing. We do not control those on the other side. In the midst of a session with a client, seeking answers about a crossed-over loved one, a seemingly unrelated vision seized my consciousness. I saw a name. Eddie. Carved in flowing letters.
Is that right?
Yes. Then another. A variation. Fast Eddie. And then images. An eagle soaring. But then that eagle fell to earth, dying in the snow, with only the cold and pain to keep him company. And then this vision blurred, and another took form. A word carved delicately, as if in soapstone. Sloan. As I have said, I do not control the other side. I am but their conduit. If they wish to speak through me, they do. If they wish to instruct me, they do so. Often through visions which require interpretation. By victim, I believe you speak of Edward Sloan. More than this I cannot, at this time, say. This material world interests me not. Do what you like. I ask only that my belongings are left undisturbed, as they've been arranged precisely to help focus my psychic energies. We encounter souls on many planes, from this physical world to the astral. But can we really say we know them?
That's all we need right now. Crystal ball. Oh, what's that? You see it? Just kidding, yeah. There's nothing there.
Yeah? What do you need, guys? Ran a check on the guy while you were dropping by his place. No criminal record. I can try, but no promises. Nothing from the major banks. Let's see. Let me try something else. Ah, here we go. Kilbourne filed for bankruptcy protection. And one of the creditors who filed a claim? Freddie Snow.
With that riches-to-rags story of his, Kilbourne just might have been driven to sell his land by creditors, and ultimately driven to violence.
That's what we call around here a theory, which is what it'll stay unless you come up with some supporting evidence.
I don't have any...
I've said...
Nothing else.
Something you...
What's up? Kilbourne had reason to hold a grudge against Freddie for triggering his downward spiral. and Kilbourne owned the property when Freddie joined the Missing Persons Club. Even without much physical evidence, we can justify a warrant, particularly with an older case like this.
Mr. Kilbourne seems to have stepped out of his castle, but with our warrant, we can cross the moat and start looking for evidence. Soap sculptures. Isn't that grade school stuff? Maybe it's the latest craft trend or something. Aesthetic considerations aside, this indicates Mr. Kilbourne was an aspiring artisan, just not a very good one. Looks like the guy's stuck paying for raw materials, too. Nice catch. This curio is just heavy enough to cause some real damage. It's a computer data backup tape. Haven't seen this format for a while. Possibly an antique, artifact of some kind. A dangerous one.
Hey. Soap Sculptures of America? You're kidding, right? Hey, I'll set up a computer link and you can track the folks behind the latest craze to never hit the country. Unofficial assessment of this relic, a post-Qing dynasty piece.
Pretty old, huh?
Best guess, around 1998. Made in the USA, too. Oh, for future reference, post-Qing is anything after 1911.
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind, Greg.
Here's something for the plus side. There was enough blood on the statue to amplify an output to the computer for DNA analysis. Contents were deleted and overwritten several times. I did manage to dig out a couple of file fragments. Seems the backup software that wrote to the tape used a proprietary security algorithm. I've set up a link on the computer to help you decipher it. May have found a scrambled image, too. You work on the first fragment and I'll work on the other. Chert, crafted in the fashion of the Paiute Indians of this region. Preliminary findings indicate it's legit.
You know, if the axe is of the same vintage as the artifacts from the dig, Mr. Kilbourne starts to look less than honest. He told us his former land had no historical significance. Not quite a... Okay, lots of people unhappy with Soap Sculptures of America. Owner's Dale Edison, but nothing else comes up about him in any relevant database. Seems like a variation of the doing art at home scam. You submit an art test, drawing a cartoon bird or a clown or something, and they tell you you're the next Norman Rockwell. They promise to buy your work, cast it in bronze, and resell it at a big markup. All you have to do is pay big startup fees and buy overpriced supplies exclusively from them, in this case special soap, only to have them keep rejecting your work while encouraging more effort. And spending. The abstract of the land assessment study. Negative on the historical significance, but did Kilbourne really believe the site was clean when he peddled it? And who would have authored a report so obviously wrong? Seems like somebody was trying to slip his own past between the pages of ancient history.
While you were playing around with that hex dump, I decrypted the other file. Please, no applause, only embarrasses me. I've printed it out for you to take.
It's John Montana, looking over Mr. Lansdowne's property. Wait a minute, what's that on his arm? Let's take it in a bit closer. Look at the brand, Rolston Precision Classic, same watch we found. Could John Montana have actually been inspecting the property himself 2 years ago, or even killing the victim?
On the casino property? Of course not, don't be silly.
Well, I don't feel silly because we found a copy of the report, and you did.
I suppose I can't argue with that, but honestly, I have no memory of it. Do you have any idea how many similar sites I've assessed over the years? How many stretches of desert do you think you could remember years later? Anyway, my name's on many things with which I had little, if any, direct involvement. Much of the grunt work is undertaken by students and other researchers.
And they're okay with that.
Hey, they get the experience, I get the credit. That's academia, Miss Seidel.
I assume these are top students. Still, you know how kids are. You might in the future want to check their work a little closer.
Why is that?
The report we found, that you authored, clearly stating this site has zero historical significance.
Well, I have to admit, these things can and do happen, even with the most gifted grad students. Last thing a professor wants, especially on a high-profile site like this one's become. Is there any possibility this situation could be handled with a little discretion? This is terribly embarrassing.
Embarrassing? Or incriminating?
I admit culpability in lending too much trust and responsibility to my students. But anything else, Miss Seidel, you're drifting into absurdity.
Really? I don't see it as absurd. I would say troubling, thinking of all the reasons someone might want to falsify an archaeological report.
I have never falsified a report. I don't have to put up with this insulting interrogation. I don't remember. And that's the idea, that nobody does. As I say, students and research assistants pay their dues doing anonymous grunt work and ghostwriting for established authorities, myself included. In exchange, the students receive valuable insight and experience.
But no exposure. Isn't that a little sleazy, Professor?
It's the reality of academics, Miss Seidel. Call it sleazy or expedient. Either way, you'll find it's not uncommon for an archaeologist to author a study on a site he's never even visited. Not to my memory. I rarely get off campus, let alone perform first-hand inspections. On the occasions when I am on site, well, I spend most of my time in the office trailer where I keep all records.
So you're sure you haven't been to the site?
Quite positive. But I'm starting to find the direction of this questioning quite distressing. Can we please keep it to the archaeological facts of this site? At the university in a lot near the archaeology building. But that is part of my private domain, and I must insist that you not go poking around anywhere there unless your business is official.
You may see me come around to do a little digging of my own at that, Professor, and I won't send an intern. That's all we need right now.
Yeah? What do you need, guys? I get suspicious about guys with selective memories, and the prof hiding behind nameless students doesn't make it for me. Professor Montana doesn't want to talk straight up. Maybe his trailer will be a little more forthcoming.
Some substance up here. Been dried up for a while. Looks like enough dirt on the tire to pull a tread. Nobody here. Hope Professor Montana hasn't left for another state. These two carpet samples look slightly different to you? Always suspicious when somebody replaces their carpet. Hard to tell just from looking at it how long ago it was installed. We'll need to lift one good sample from both sides of this seam. This shovel got dented hitting something. Or someone. Real hard. Blood on it, too. strange little things. Waxy substance. Soap. Wouldn't exactly call these art. Nothing for us there. That's blood. Good find.
Yes? It's egg yolk from a red-breasted nuthatch. Rare to find them around these parts, but not unheard of. Scan that shred into the computer. Don't embarrass me with your praise. That's ready for image enhancement microscopy. I've put that into the image enhancement and microscopy equipment for you. I thermocycled the DNA from the blood. Not human. Best guess? Coyote. Good blood sample, but it was pretty old. How old? Wasn't able to figure that out. Years for sure. Thermocycled and graphed the DNA for you.
Looks as if our victim snagged a little fiber underneath his fingernail. In defense or desperation? Brown, quite thick, heavy cloth, like a covering or carpet. Here's our break. Fiber under Freddy's fingernail matches. Greg says the new carpet was installed around 2 years ago, about when Freddy vanished. You know a real good reason to replace a carpet? Bloody murder. Tire types matching key characteristics and dimensions. That's a nice spin. Okay, so the blood belongs to our Vic. Still, that doesn't tell us exactly how the stuff ended up in the trailer.
As if you haven't embarrassed me enough, you bring up that ludicrous debacle. You would think an educated person like myself would see through a pitiful scam of that nature. But they flattered me. Played to my own vanity, desires to express my own creativity, and they made a fool of me and plucked my bank account at the same time. The effort and money I put into that worthless nonsense.
Did you ever look into the company? Perhaps to find out who is running it?
Soap sculptures? No. Eventually, as my grand sculptures were rejected, I began to get the drift of the scam. Just chalked it up to a learning experience. Even a professor can learn. Never gave it a second thought once I figured out what the scoundrels were up to.
That's all we need right now.
Need something? Freddy's blood in the trailer matched the carpet fiber, and the killer baseball bat found on the property our Mr. Montana lied about having visited. Add to this the prof getting lathered by Freddy in the soap scam, and even an unfriendly judge would give us a warrant on this one.
I had nothing to do with his death or his burial. How many times must we go over this? I've explained the nature of my work with grad students. I just signed off on legwork my researchers did. Next.
Then you must have loaned your watch to a student because we found it at the site. It was found by the construction crew. The murder weapon, a baseball bat, that was in the same box as your watch.
I don't know how my watch got out to that site. And I've never owned a baseball bat. I detest all sports. If you were my research assistant, young lady, we'd have a long talk about your investigative methods.
After which, you would take credit for my work, right?
The same time I found out I'm only one of his victims. These implications of yours operate off wild assumptions.
Let's try a not-so-wild one then. When you were accessing the site, personally, you ran across a few Paiute artifacts, just trinkets, nothing too spectacular. You seized your opportunity, luring Freddy to a meeting on false pretenses. A big order of supplies, perhaps. Instead, you confronted him, demanding your money back, but Freddy refused. Enraged, you smashed him in the face, killing him. You buried him out at the property, making him part of the site, hoping it might be confused as part of an Indian burial, should the grave ever be discovered. All it took afterward was a simple falsification of the report to deflect any immediate attention to the site. Why would anyone suspect a professor of faking a report that would only make him look bad? After the body was literally turned up, you quickly reported to the site as a volunteer archaeologist eager to help. Actually, eager to further throw us off the scent.
You paint a vivid picture, Ms. Seidel, but your assumptions have led you astray. You're fashioning a theory out of hearsay and conjecture. If I were your teacher, you must have someone who plays that role in your professional life. I'd suggest you look for real evidence.
Funny you should bring that up.
What? Blood? No, that's impossible.
Freddy's blood was all over your trailer. Analysis shows that blood was spilled 2 years ago, right when Freddy disappeared. Satisfy your requirement for evidence, Professor? Still think I'm operating out of hearsay and conjecture? The victim's blood in your trailer. Or did your grad students get together and do that for you, too?
Miss Seidel, I can indeed understand how it is you've come to this conclusion, but I do have an explanation. I really do.
Well, I'd love to hear it.
That wasn't even my trailer 2 years ago.
Not your... trailer?
Adam Kilborn gave it to me. Actually, in barter. In exchange for falsifying that land claim. It may seem like a petty matter to you, but a trailer like that is worth considerable money and was perfect for my purposes, both at school and in the field. Such a petty crime to come back to haunt me in so big a way.
You expect me to believe that, Professor?
Miss Seidel, you're a scientist. I don't expect you to believe it, but I do expect you to check it out. I've said all there is to say for now.
What a ridiculous and insulting assertion.
Then maybe you can explain why you keep so much lighter fluid around. We found the same substance near the victim's remains, but no clothes or personal effects, as if someone had destroyed that evidence.
And if you are suggesting that I aided a murderer in destroying evidence, I would remind you that Madame Lazora is a source of positive energy on various planes.
Let's keep it down to earth, shall we? What are you holding back? Is it something to do with those soap carvings?
You are a detective. Your mind is keen, so I won't insult you with mere facts. Interpret these simple but profound insights. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. To some, this may be costly to learn, while for others there may be much to earn. To our late departed victim, both of these pertain.
Did Eddie Sloan check in from the other side to tell you that?
As I have indicated, Eddie has not directly spoken to me as yet. He chooses to speak in images, in riddles. All I can do is but pass these on to you in a spirit of positive energy. Eddie?
No, Dale. Dale Edison.
Names are earthly constraints. There are many ways to know a person. First, you must think of Eddie. Eddie Sloan.
Lady, I really don't have time to play these games. We have a murder on our hands and a construction site that... Eddie Sloan. Eddie Sloan. Dale Edison. Rearrange letters and... So that's your game. Anagrams. Dale Edison could be another Eddie Sloan alias. So he's the one behind the soap carving scam.
The veil before your eyes begins to lift. There is hope for you yet, my literal young friend. How fascinating that your investigations on the physical plane have taught you what I instinctively knew. There are many paths to heaven and to knowledge.
With all due respect, madam, we're not here for reading, seance, or any kind of show. How about you drop the act and stick to the facts?
You threaten me? After I have shared my insights?
Psychics have been known to help the police, and I respect the scientific study of extrasensory perception, but phony psychics have sometimes shared insights from the other side, inside knowledge of a crime.
These are outlandish implications. You had best watch your words, young lady. The media would not smile upon the police harassing a good citizen who stepped forward to help.
You know, I tested high for ESP in college, and I'm getting a picture of your future. It's a little gray room with bars on the windows. Now, did you know Eddie Sloan or not? And did you have a grudge against him?
My energies are ebbing. Visions such as I described to you are taxing. I have nothing more to share with you. Again, I know little of this physical plane. I read signs from the other side. But I can tell you this. You cannot always believe what you read, whether it be a Ouija board's message or words fashioned by flesh and blood hand.
That's all we need right now.
Forget something? The damage was definitely caused by blunt force trauma. The statue is one possible weapon, especially if the impact was from one of the narrower parts on the figure.
What's up? Aliases are tricky to prove, but we'll check the files and maybe make some inferences. Dale Edison. Okay, here are some business dealings on record, starting in about the same time Mr. Sloan blew into town. And isn't this interesting? The record screeched to a stop about 2 years ago. Could be a coincidence, of course. Still, this looks like a lead to me. Looks like Mr. Kilbourne, already down on his luck, got badly scammed by the late Eddie. Bad enough for murder? Worth talking to him about, anyway.
You people were messing around in my space while I was gone. Don't think I don't know it. Nothing gets past me.
We had a warrant, Mr. Kilbourne. And all we need now is a little cooperation, and you can get back to your castle.
Hey, I may be down on my luck, but that don't mean my grooming has to go to crap, right?
I don't think that soap is strictly for cleanup, though somebody did use it to clean up, didn't they, Mr. Kilbourne? At your expense?
I already told you. I made some financial blunders over the last few years. Some of them I don't care to talk about. Might make me look a little, well, foolish. Huh? Who? What, that light bulb guy?
Mr. Kilbourne, we are well aware that you were victimized by the soap scam.
Listen, I'm talented. My art could sell. It really could. I've always been trying to make it, you know, creatively. And with the money I got along with the land I inherited, I was able to try different things. So maybe soap sculpture ain't the next pet rock. Something else will come along.
I'm sure it will. And I'm sure you hope your next opportunity comes from someone more trustworthy than Dale Edison. Or should I call him Freddie Sloan? Either way, you were bilked out of a good deal of money. I can see why you'd want to kill him.
If getting bilked by Freddie makes me a suspect, you better give me a number and I'll get in line. Half this town's been scammed by that con man. He was the real artist, preying on people's hopes and dreams. He worked in lies like Rembrandt worked in oil. So get out your bullhorn, go up and down the strip and round up those suspects. No way. I paid for a formal assessment before I sold that property. Legit all the way. End of story.
Who did the assessment for you?
You know, it's true.
What is?
Drinking costs you brain cells. Only been 2 years, but a lot of booze under the bridge, you know? Details like you're asking for. They went away a long, long time ago. Longer you keep the plane in the air, more luggage you gotta throw overboard. Dick?
How's your memory where that hand axe is concerned?
Piece of junk I found on my property. Looked kinda interesting, so I picked it up. Hell, this was years ago.
Really? It's Paiute, you know.
Greek to me, little lady. Blood? What the hell are you... Oh yeah, I remember. I had that statue on a high shelf and I was cleaning. You know, reaching up with the dust rag. Damn thing clonked me on the noggin. I tend to bleed when that happens. Is that illegal?
Then you wouldn't mind if we took a DNA sample, would you?
I don't suppose there's any money in it for me if I say yes, is there? Hell, go ahead. What choice do I have? I don't have anything else to say to you people.
I think we found ourselves an important reason to pick this up now.
What's up? I amplified and graphed that DNA of yours, scanned it into the computer. It's pretty hard to tell much from a nest alone, since birds of a feather don't always flock together. But speaking of feathers, I did find some in this nest, courtesy of a red-breasted nuthatch.
Egg yolk came from a red-breasted nuthatch. Could the professor's trailer have once been parked near the dig site? Kilbourne's DNA is on the statue, so his story checks out far as it goes.
Yeah? What do you need, guys? Sure, let's...
Now why the hell would I do that? I'm tired of you idiots guessing about this and harassing me about that.
Yeah, we have his admission about falsifying the land assessment in exchange for your trailer. You remember your trailer, Mr. Kilbourne? Where you killed Freddy for conning you in the soap sculpture racket?
You think I killed a guy over an art school? Right. You're really getting creative now.
You have had various financial failures in your time, Mr. Kilbourne. But the soap sculpture scam, which preyed upon your ego, that was the last straw, the final indignity. What was left of your life savings had gone into what you thought would be a new life as an artist, only it was just another washout, a joke you were the butt of. So you get Freddy to join you at your trailer, and you take out your frustrations on his face. A quick burial and a bonfire with his personal effects, and you were done. But you knew your land had historical significance, which would make it worthless for development, so you worked your trailer trade with the lazy professor in exchange for a fabricated report. You would eliminate Freddy and any remaining debt to him, dispose of the body, and elevate the value of your land for future sale, all in one fell swoop. Your life savings were gone, but at least you'd end up with something. And you'd give the crime scene in Montana as his parting gift.
You're guessing, young lady. You're spinning this out of whole cloth.
Not whole cloth, though a little carpet fiber's involved. You tore the carpet out and put in a new one, after the murder, which took place when the trailer was still on your property. And, Mr. Kilbourne, the blood on the walls? Scrub as you might, it still comes back to haunt you. We even have the baseball bat you slammed Freddy with. Some of his shattered glasses are stuck in the wood.
Right now, I should probably call a lawyer. Don't you think? But you know what? I'm gonna cop. Right now. To the whole thing. You know why? I was nothing but a loser. Another loser in Vegas till that body in the desert turned up. Now I'm gonna be a winner.
How do you figure that, Mr. Kilbourne?
That sleazoid creep bilked so many people. Man, when word gets out that I killed that leech, I'll be a hero. They'll build a statue to me. And I'll make you a prediction, without a crystal ball. The leeches will crawl out of the woodwork and try and build themselves up over what I did. But I'm the one. The one to rid the world of that cancer.
Needs... Yep.
see, I tried to go after Freddy with the law at first. Not a damn baseball bat. I gathered together the suckers Freddy took in the soap sculpture scam, and we were gonna have a class action lawsuit. Only Freddy had protected himself with limited liability and such. Point is, the great psychic Lazora was one of us. Just another victim of that scam artist, too.
Small piece of advice, Mr. Gilborn? Since you're a hero and all...
Yeah? What?
They have soap in prison, too. Don't bend over in the shower to pick it up.
Psychics have been known to help police forces all over the world. We should maintain an open mind and a little healthy skepticism. Now I'll predict the future. You'll crack your next case by listening to the evidence. You've heard the old saying, the show must go on? Not when they kill the lead actress. Head out to the Colossus Casino. It's the one that stages Broadway-style musicals. Stay alert. A young woman's life has been taken away from her. We can't give it back, but we can find the truth.
I'm Nick Stokes. Hope you're as good as I've heard, because we can stand to wrap this up fast. An event like this is the wrong kind of showstopper for all concerned. Let's go see where reality messed up the fantasy. Some might call this a woman's gun. Small caliber revolver, perfect to pack in a purse, good fit for a smaller hand. Spent casing in the chamber. Is it possible that an actual bullet was fired out of this gun? Got some residual powder in the barrel here. When blanks are ready for a theatrical application, the bullet is removed from the cartridge, and a flash-producing additive is put in its place, like magnesium powder. Then the end is crimped. It's a mark, called a mark. Shows actors where to stand. It's used more in film than theater for camera purposes, but with special effects like these, those involved need to hit specific marks for safety, thanks to which we'll know exactly where the actors were supposed to be during this scene. Makeup appears to have been applied a little thicker here. What do you think? Whoa, some deep bruising peeking through that makeup. She had something to hide. Well, the special effect was a gunshot wound in the chest. Happens to be next to a real wound of some kind, close to the heart. You know what a squib is, right? Explosive that simulates an impacting bullet. Gun-related effects are dangerous, and squibs are high on the list. Incorrectly prepped, they can wound an actor. Often, metal plates or other protective gear under the actor's clothes protect them from the blast. This stuff is usually used in film, and I gotta say, I don't care much for the idea of them in live theater. Never consider a gunshot wound routine. They're all different. Never miss a chance to swab one. I'm Nick Stokes with the Crime Lab, and this is my assistant. Are you with the production?
Yes, I'm an actress here, Heather Colby. I don't even know what to think, let alone to say. An awful thing. Terrible. Horrible.
Miss Colby, we know this is difficult for you and everyone here, but we're sure you'd like to help, and you can do that by answering a few questions.
This was our tech rehearsal. Standard for any production, but particularly important for one like ours. You know, with so many special effects, like the shooting scene.
Hang in there, Miss Colby. Now, could you walk us through it?
I really don't have all that much to tell you. First, we had the argument, and then, of course, I shot Meryl and began covering my tracks.
Whoa, Miss Colby, was that just a confession? If you have something important to share, you'll need to know your rights.
My rights? Oh, I can see how that sounded. I'm sorry. By covering my tracks, I mean, what I meant, that's the song title. Song I sing in the show right after that effects scene. And that's just what I did. That's how it's scripted. Meryl at her mark, I walk on stage, shoot her, and begin to sing. But this time at the end of the scene, Meryl she never got up. That had nothing to do with me. I was shooting a blank. That horrible squib must have exploded. She complained about them before, said she'd been burned, but this? I never heard of a squib killing anybody before. We were old friends. Kind of veterans of the wars, you know? All the way back to drama school in New York. And even then, it was obvious she was gonna make it. She had that combination of charisma and ambition that marks a real star. We worked together often, not a team so much as actors whose on-stage chemistry gelled so well that when the right roles came along, we got cast. Oh, I know, big talk, right? If we were such hot stuff, why were we still paying our dues in dinner theaters and regional productions? You got a right to say that about me, but not Meryl. She was nominated for a supporting Tony on Broadway just last season. And she's a star here in Vegas. She was a hometown girl, you know? And this production, she was great. Finally, the perfect part. And the buzz? People from both coasts were coming in for the premiere. I just know. I know. This would have done it for her. But then I guess this production was it for her, wasn't it? No, just the two of us, and Gus, the stage manager. He's also the technical director, and he insists pyrotechnic effects be rehearsed with the theater cleared of only himself and the actors. Safety's a big issue, and I guess you can see why. Well, he's around. His job sort of takes him here, there, and everywhere. I think the last time I saw him, he was heading for the prop room. Follow the signs backstage. On my mark. It's still on the stage. Even during the run, we keep them there. Again, because of the safety issues. And of course, Meryl was at her mark, standing in front of me, right where she wound up.
Sir? Excuse me.
What? Oh, you're the police, aren't you? I'm a little out of it right now.
Big shock to everyone involved. Nick Stokes, Crime Lab. And you are?
Clayton Regis, Meryl's husband. I'm afraid I'm confused. If this is an accident, why are you people here? I'm trying to deal with the loss, okay? And one thing that would help me is to know what happened here. Is it negligence or something else?
The fact that you can ask such a question shows why we're here, sir. And we're going to have answers for you and for your late wife.
Six years. 6 wonderful, happy years. The nomadic life Meryl led meant she wasn't always home. In fact, she was gone maybe half of the time. But the important thing was she was always there for me when I needed her. And now, I wasn't here when she needed me, was I?
Who could have anticipated this? Forgive me, but I have to ask. Any problems in the marriage lately? Arguments, fights, disagreements?
No, not at all. Hey, I won't kid you. It wasn't easy having an actress wife. On the road all the time. I'm in showbiz too, you know? I do various acrobatics, but it's all here in town for casino shows. Sometimes we'd argue about whether a job was worth it, worth her leaving our happy little home. Sometimes I thought she took parts that didn't pay enough or were just too small for a big talent like her. That kind of thing. Nothing unusual for a couple in our situation, and we always worked it through. Let me think. I guess I must have been at the Java Net and Brew. Took my laptop down there. One of those internet coffee shops, you know? It's just down the street. Anyway, I was coming back to the theater to pick her up, like always, when I saw the ambulance and the police cars. Well, when she's working on a show, she really burrows in and disappears into the work. I guess you'd have to say the only person besides me she's been in much contact with have been the other actors, like Heather and the director and such. I'd know him when I see him. If I've ever exchanged more than half a dozen words with the man, I'd be surprised. I do know Meryl met with him often, as you'd expect. He wired her up for the stunt today, of course. I have to say, I never did feel right about those damn squibs. What would have been wrong with a sound effect or something? It's not the movies. She said Gus was all gung-ho about it.
Rifle rack. One of the guns is missing, though. Bit of water here. Shots of Meryl. Maybe during recent performances. These aren't publicity pics, though. Looks like candids. Sprinter mock cross trainers, size 10. Hammer, screwdrivers, etc., nicely organized. Even a little anal retentive about it. Tools traced in pencil so he knows where to put them, which tells us one tool is missing, small, rectangular. Blank rounds, crimped at the end where the bullet would normally go, Explode just like a real shot, though. Quite a few different calibers here. They probably go through these pretty fast. Try using a similar tool. If these are real, we have our work cut out for us. Lots of different calibers. We'll need to learn more before any of these become meaningful to us. Fairly complete print.
Something you want? No problem. We'll bring the body right in. A single bullet entered the victim's chest, breaking apart as it struck the sternum. Fragments going just deep enough to pierce the aorta. Using a basic body temperature or algor mortis analysis, I've got the time of death pegged at around time of the rehearsal. No great revelations for you, I'm afraid. Straightforward stuff. Actually, yes, several metal fragments, presumably from a bullet. They're all yours. I don't need them anymore, and neither does the Vic. Not that she ever did. Whew, been a wild night, so I'm not as far with Ms. Regis as I'd like to be. Frankly, I haven't even cleaned and prepped her. Anything else turns up, you'll be the first. Meantime, feel free to check the body over. I've got plenty to do.
What's up? Unsurprising discovery number 1. Substance you found is gunpowder mixed with magnesium powder. Unsurprising discovery number 2. Traces of plugging material. Gun you found was likely loaded with a blank and was fired recently. That DNA is scanned and in the computer already. Amplified and graphed. Water. Best I can do you is profile it chemically and let the computer help you find the source. Hey, I scanned that print into the computer for you. Hey, Meryl Regis. Ever see her perform? She would have made it, I tell you. Can I keep these?
I don't want them pasted in your scrapbook, Craig. I was thinking more like scan them into the image enhancement equipment, please.
Just because it's a prop gun doesn't mean a little item like this can't fire real bullets. Can't confirm whether a bullet has been fired recently from this prop or not, but I can tell you it's a .22 caliber. This is a squib with a sound detector. Firing the prop gun causes the sound sensor to detonate the squib, but this one also seems to have a wireless receiver. For what purpose I can't tell you. Would seem redundant. Hey, this is an amateur night. Sophisticated setup. The blast plate was damaged, but that's not unusual. Explosive powder residue levels were consistent with a proper load. Our Vic must have felt a real kick when this baby went off, and no signs of tampering either. Walk over to the computer and you'll find that shoe print, scanned in. This is what's known as an unfired blank round, .22 caliber. Small caliber bullet broken apart. If you don't tell Grissom, I'll make an educated guess. .22.
Meryl had a shiner when we found her. Let's take a closer look and see if she had it before she died, when this photo was taken. Hey, she did have that black eye before she was murdered. Finally getting somewhere. This candid is a real-life argument, not something from the show. Gus could have been stalking Meryl. Not sure if we've got a match in this group. So, the water from the prop room came from the pipes in the city's commercial water supply system. Since the 1950s, Vegas has had a dual water system. Regular water supply is drinkable, servicing the general population, but secondary treated wastewater, not drinkable, is reclaimed for commercial uses, often with a higher concentration of these elements. No surprise if the theater sprinkler system is hooked into this funkier water supply. Can't be positive, but I think there's a match in one of these results. Tiny bite-type marks. Clamping tool, possibly. Let's see. 9mm, 308, 338.
Hey. Dummy round. Just like a regular round, but a prop without gunpowder. Used for all kinds of stage work, except for actually shooting.
So, we've got prop bullets matching the caliber of bullet the doc recovered from the body. However, dummy bullets lack an explosive charge, but if a bullet was already in the chamber, the force of the blank round would have fired it out.
Something you want?
I don't have...
I already told you so. It's part of the scene. You know how hard this is for me? Please.
Really, killing her wasn't part of any scene. That's what we're asking, Heather.
She was my friend. Of course I didn't kill her.
I can understand you're upset, but understand what we're thinking. You were holding the gun, and the bullet fragments from Meryl's body matched the gun's caliber. Could that weapon have been loaded with something other than a blank?
I had nothing to do with loading it. I suppose it's possible. But no, even if someone else traded a live round for my blank, part of our stage training is to aim a weapon with a blank away from the other actor. It's an illusion. From the audience, you can't tell.
That sounds reasonable, Miss Colby. But you should know we can track the angle that a bullet enters a body, so it wouldn't do any good to...
Check it all you like. Upside down and sideways. Just leave me alone. Why are you harassing the victim's best friend? Are you that desperate for a suspect? I had to watch someone I loved die. Isn't that enough? Hardly. We were colleagues and old friends.
I don't have anything else.
Need something? Ought to be possible. Let's check the IP traffic through the cafe's node and look up logins. Uh-huh. C. Regis logged in. Spent about 15 minutes online, then logged off. That leaves a little unaccounted for time. Not much, though.
Something you want? Be my guest.
We need to determine, from the wound and internal tissue damage, the trajectory of the fatal bullet. Using microsil to cast a wound, huh? I remember another newbie doing that. Unconventional, but whatever works. We should be able to get a trajectory from the mold and show that the shot either came from Heather's gun or didn't.
Yes? Looks like Heather Colby isn't the only one shooting blanks. You need a new suspect, guys. The cast shows the entry wound pointing downward from the body at a 30-degree angle, and a direct shot from the front.
Hey, ruling people out is a start, and this sure lends credibility to Heather's story. Let's set up a trajectory dummy at the theater. That way, we'll really know where the shot came from. This dummy will help us trace the bullet's trajectory. We know it was pointing down at about a 30-degree angle. Since actors are trained to face slightly toward the audience, the angle on the pointers would seem about right. Let's switch on Mr. Laser and see if he's pointing anywhere near Heather's mark. Let's see where it points to. Now that's interesting. It points right down to the orchestra pit. Some kind of electronic transmitter.
Well, the theater was supposed to be cleared, but it was pretty dark down there. I'm not sure where Gus was. He sure wasn't in view when I fired the gun. He started the scene, headed to the wings.
I don't have it.
What's up? Prints in the computer for you. You're welcome. Remote backup detonator. Can be used to trigger the squib should the gun fail. A logical backup in a theatrical situation.
The stage manager and pyrotechnician is Gus Harrison. During performances, he handled the backup detonator in the orchestra pit. Plus, he's got a criminal history. Of course, none of this proves he was in the pit at the time of the killing.
Yeah? What do you need, guys? So he cleared the theater, had access to the orchestra pit, which is where we now think the shot came from. Plus he's got a criminal record and is the guy in charge of the pyrotechnics. Oh yeah, let's definitely get to know Gus better.
Mr. Harrison, we're with the crime lab. Can we have a word with you?
Sure, of course. Wondered when you CSIs would get around to me. Call me Gus, though. That's what my friends call me. Want to help any way I can. Doesn't do much for my rep, but fatality on my watch.
We'll keep it Mr. Harrison for now. We try to keep it professional.
Well, directors come and go, actors too. I'm sort of the continuity, the glue you might say. But in an operation like this, a stage manager has to wear a lot of hats. So I'm also the technical director, in charge of props and pyrotechnics. I'm a believer in doing live effects, kind of things people are used to seeing in the movies, squibs and all. Can't have a sound effect over the sound system. That wouldn't even convince Grandma these days. Great gal. What can I say? She was the closest thing to a local star we have in Vegas, as far as legit theater is concerned. Hollywood and Broadway had been sniffing around. I worked with her before, but I wouldn't say we're friends. Co-workers. Friendly. Sure going to miss her. Well, whose else would there be? I told you, I'm the prop guy. Pyro man. That's a remote detonator. I push the button as a backup. If the gun blasts don't detonate the squib, last thing you want in the middle of a show is to have one of your big scenes go flat because an effect fizzles. I was in the pit with my backup device, watching the stunt go down. Always keep them handy. We just had a photo shoot the day before that rehearsal. Matter of fact, I put some of them dummy bullets in Heather's prop pistol. If the revolver cylinder was empty, it'd show in the stills.
Could one of the dummy bullets have been left in that gun?
Well, I suppose. I mean, I try to be careful, but I'm only one man, and you don't mean... My God, that's horrible. I could have been responsible for this? I mean, accidentally responsible. No, hell no. Even if I did screw up, and I didn't, Heather followed my stage directions and fired away from Meryl, angled to one side. If a real round did accidentally get fired out of that thing, it wouldn't have struck Meryl anyway.
You seem sure of that.
Damn sure, for 3 reasons. First, I saw the stunt go down. I saw Heather fire at an angle. Second, I count the bullets I use, always. And with that photo shoot, I clearly remember doing that, both before and after. And finally, I always disassemble, clean, and oil the prop weapons after they've been used. Those are continuity photos. You know, making sure that things are in exactly the same spot next time you see them.
I've heard of that in film work, but never in a live theater performance.
Oh, it's common enough. When we hustle the props around, we've got to track them, scene to scene. Photos make a handy crib sheet.
But your continuity photos seem to track Meryl Regis specifically, scene to scene. Almost all of these continuity photos are of her.
Hey, can I help? She was the star of the show. A rifle missing. Hey, that's news to me.
Really? But you're so careful, Mr. Harrison. And yes, it's gone from the rack. Do you recall that specific weapon?
If it's the one I'm thinking of, bolt action rifle, 30 caliber. Telescopic sight on that puppy. We did a show about a sniper killer a while back.
Must have been another musical. You're an expert, Mr. Harrison. How tough would it be to make a homemade noise suppressor for a weapon like that?
Well, probably not tough at all. A lot of do-it-yourself stuff floating around the internet. But you'd still have to know what you were doing. It ain't just any chump can build one.
Sounds like work for an expert. Right, Mr. Harrison?
Why the hell would anybody do that?
Why don't we ask the questions, Mr. Harrison? You see, we found tool marks on the bullet fragments that killed Meryl. The same kind of bullets as the dummies in your prop room. It'd be easy to pull the bullet out of a dummy and load it into a gun with a blank behind it. Then you wait in the orchestra pit for the exact moment when Heather shoots. And from the darkness, shoot Meryl yourself. An instant accident.
Yeah, right. I wouldn't just go out and buy a damn bullet. I'd make a homemade one.
You see, there's a paper trail when you buy cartridges, Gus. You had a handy supply in the prop room. A little work, a little knowledge. That was all it took.
Hey, I can see how you put these pieces together, but it ain't the right picture. I didn't do any of this crap. Maybe somebody else did. But it's a big theater, and a lot of people have access.
But you keep the prop room locked, don't you? Safety-conscious guy like you?
Hey, sometimes it stands open when I'm hauling things around. And stuff could get taken from the stage, too. My inventory, as you already seen, can be a little lax sometimes.
Right. Like the missing rifle from the rack? Gus, we already know from trajectory analysis that the shot came from the orchestra pit.
I'm only in that pit during stunts, when performances are underway. And I don't know what happened to that damn rifle. Is this what I get for cooperating? Do I need a lawyer or something?
That's your call, Mr. Harrison. But cooperating with us is a good idea. Maybe you can tell us if you have the tool that's missing from your wall rack.
I can. It's right here. Multi-purpose puppy in my pocket. Take it. Knock yourself out. If I had anything to do with this, I wouldn't be cooperating, right? Right? Hey, she was alive last time I saw her.
You mean from the pit, during the stunt?
No. I mean, after her death scene, I checked on her. I was down in the pit, yes, where I was supposed to be, and she was laying on the stage, just where she was supposed to be. Meryl whispered, kind of irritated like, that she got a bit of a backblast from the squib. I told her I'd fix that for her, before the performance.
Fortunately for you, Mr. Harrison, the squib we analyzed tends to corroborate your story. Meryl's protective plate was damaged, and you couldn't have known about the backblast unless you had really spoken with Meryl after the squib detonated. But we have to follow every thread.
Look, I know you do. I said I'd cooperate, and what have I been doing? So if you don't mind an outside expert asking, if Meryl was flat on the stage when she was shot, what does that do to your trajectory notions?
It calls for another look, back at the theater.
I don't want to play pin the tail on some other poor sucker, but I gotta admit, showbiz, the theater, it's a dog-eat-dog deal. Lots of big egos, lots of insecurity. Crazy. Take Heather, for instance. Right before rehearsal, she had this knockdown drag-out with Meryl. I'm surprised you ain't figured that out yourselves already. Evidence guys like you?
You're still on our list of suspects, Mr. Harrison.
Yeah, I can live with that. As long as you promise to cross off my name when you realize I had nothing to do with this. Listen, I hold on to this job by being discreet. But yeah, that's Heather and Meryl going at it. Kind of a lover's quarrel, if you get my drift. Stirring an angry husband and you've got an instant soap opera. But that's all you get on that from me. Go to the sources if you want more.
Heather and Clayton have probably left the theater by now. We could try to track them down at their homes. We need to check out Gus's story. If Meryl was laying on stage, playing dead at the time she was shot, our trajectory theory is out of whack. Let's see where it points to. Now we got it. With the sloping angle of the wound, if Meryl was laying on stage when she was shot, it would have come from that box seat. Something similar. Close, but not quite right. Faint trace of some powder. Nice catch. You are good. Water stain, possibly. Interesting print. Impressed more towards the instep, suggesting a slight pronation. That's not right for this. Try using a similar tool. Looks like a shoe print, loafer, or maybe dress shoes.
Hey. Traces of barium, lead, and antimony. Main ingredients of that ever-popular favorite, gunshot residue.
So we've narrowed down our killer's perch. Now if we can only narrow in on the killer, and a reason for the killing.
Well, at first I thought we had residue from drinking water. See, I found traces of fluoride. Only further tests gave up various levels of copper, cadmium, nickel, and antimony. Water picks up traces of these elements passing through various pipes. You may be able to narrow down the neighborhood of origin with a computer search. Shoe print scanned in the computer. I scanned the shoe prints into the computer. Okay, good news, bad news. This could be the mystery tool from the prop room wall, but it wasn't the tool that made the marks on the bullet fragment from the Vic's wound.
That still doesn't clear Gus, though. Guy always seems to know more than he's saying. Seems the owner of these shoes from the prop room has been lurking around the balcony box seats. Interesting. The water that made the stain in the balcony came from a municipal water supply.
Something you want?
What's up? An easy one for once. Got it. 1486 Westfield Crescent. Nice neighborhood on the east side. No prob. Here you go. 216 Vermont Drive, residential area, northwest.
Excuse me?
Gus told us about it. I guess when you fight on stage, the stage manager notices.
Oh, that. No, that was no argument. We were just agreeably disagreeing over the motivation of my character. In the scene, maybe I got a wee bit bent out of shape, since this was my role we're talking about, not hers. Creative differences. Sisterly squabble.
Including a sisterly black eye?
Black eye? What are you talking about? You know, suddenly, I am not liking the tone of this. I don't want you poking around in my things, my business, not unless it's official. Understand?
What? Where? Oh, at the Colossus? No, if I'm around for rehearsals, I watch from the dress circle. Listen, guys, I understand you have a job to do, but I'm mourning the loss of my wife, and I just don't have any stomach for this right now, okay?
That's all we need right now.
Need something? It's likely evidence at the Colby woman's home might corroborate your stage manager's story, along with his peeping Tom pics. You've got your warrant. We can't walk.
All right. All right. Anything to put an end to this.
That's all we need right now. Passion's running a little hot, but I wouldn't call this a love letter. Heather's a college grad, bachelor in performing arts. Think these will fit me? Nothing special there. Certain kinds of bodily fluids fluoresce, such as the kind you'd expect to discover in clothing like this, after a stimulating night.
Yes? I sent the prints you found on the letter over to the computer. Profiler friend of mine at the FBI gave this a thorough content analysis. Sometimes even a short message can provide insight, though a longer message would have been better. My guy says we're likely looking for somebody with a university education, sociable, assertive, who tends to read a lot of very visual, descriptive fiction. Screenplays, maybe. Vaginal fluid. Got a little excited myself. Well, because this is a great source for DNA.
Whoever wrote this letter was in the prop room recently. We've confirmed that soap opera tale our stage manager was hinting about. Either Meryl and Heather were sharing their undies, or they were sharing a lot more than that. But infidelity is a three-way street, meaning to Meryl and Heather, we have to add Clayton.
Something.
What's up? Search of National College records? Sure. Clayton Regis, 92. Got a bachelor's in anatomy and physiology. Maine University, Fort Trent. Decent marks, got through on a biathlon scholarship. Few credits short of a diploma, though.
Biathlon. That's skiing and sharpshooting.
An argument and a love affair? While your trajectory analysis suggests she probably didn't kill Merrill herself, we still need the story between those two.
If I were, and I didn't say that, what business of yours would that be? Why can't you let Meryl rest in peace?
She might rest more peacefully with her murderer behind bars. We have physical evidence suggesting you two are intimate. We'd like you to confirm that.
Would you? Try holding your breath. You'd look cute in blue. I had nothing to do with that.
Really? You definitely fit the profile of the person who wrote it. Now we just want to know who you were going to send it to.
I don't know what your computers or your experts told you, but I didn't write that damn letter, all right? I found it under my door the other day. If you would like to know who might want to threaten me, I'd suggest you look at that abusive husband of hers. Clayton, where do you think she got that black eye from anyway? All right. Anything to put an end to this.
What's up? That print has been scanned into the computer for you.
You should be sure you...
Yeah? What do you need, guys? His profile matches the analysis from the letter. His wife was sleeping around with another woman, who implies that Clayton was the one who gave Merrill the black eye? Well, I'd say that's an invitation to dine. Go see what the happy couple's home has to tell us.
Of course. They were co-starring in a show. They're old pals who both live in town. Is it surprising Merrill would be over there quite a bit? Why? What do you know that I don't know? I was wondering about that. The mortician had to cover it up. I thought it had something to do with her falling after she was shot. Heather Colby? Of course not. Why would you even suggest that? She and I aren't friends particularly, but I wouldn't... Hey, I mean, I have no reason to talk to her, let alone send her letters. I told you this was a bad time. Okay, look, just try to have a little respect, will you?
That's all we need right now. That's really strange. There's some holes drilled into this soap. Pair of pliers. Looks like they were tossed in here recently. Try something else. Not the right tool for this. Nothing here. Bruno Pogli Lozano loafers. Size 10. Well, our anatomy student seems to keep up his studies. Maybe he's finally going to finish that diploma. Or maybe he's already graduated, murder cum laude.
Yes? Bar of soap, holes drilled into it. When I noticed they came to a point, I remembered that missing .308 caliber rifle your stage manager mentioned earlier. That got me to thinking, and I took some measurements.
Let me guess. Same as that rifle?
You're guessing again. I'm gonna tell Grissom that you're right. Perfect cast of a .308 caliber rifle bullet. Standard drinking thermos for keeping things hot or cold. Little water in it, so I took a leap and sent a sample to the computer for you to search the chemical profile. Perfect match to the tool used to pry the bullet out of its casing.
We've got a drama unfolding worthy of the Colossus stage. Soap, drilled to the same caliber as bullets that could be used in the missing bolt-action rifle, and pliers that match the tool marks of the smaller .22 caliber bullet that pierced Merrill's heart.
Bruno Pagli Lozano's. Definitely my style, definitely not my price range. I'll scan them into the computer for you.
This comes as close as possible to matching the shoe prints found on the carpet. I'm starting to like Merrill's husband for this. How about you? Not surprising that it's from a municipal water supply, but what's even more interesting is that the chemical profile of the water is nearly identical to the water we found in the balcony.
Need something? Plenty of mounting evidence against hubby here. Too much to ignore. A little grief counseling seems called for.
What are you talking about? I was never up there. Why would I be there?
You tell us, because we can prove you were. Your shoe prints match prints on the carpet, and water stains from the floor match the chemical composition of water from your home.
Water from my part of town found in that balcony? Oh, how damning. It's a real smoking gun, huh? You people. You take somebody going through the kind of horror I am, and then you make crazy accusations based on flimsy circumstantial evidence?
Oh, we're just getting started, Mr. Regis. Of course, you could give us something that might clear all of this up right away.
What's my other option?
There isn't one. That's all we need right now.
Hey. Prints in the computer for you. You're welcome.
Well, after all this, we're down to CSI 101. Fingerprints that match. Doesn't get much more incriminating than this. I think it's time to fold Clayton's show. Well, after all this, we're down to CSI 101. Fingerprints that match. Doesn't get much more incriminating than this. I think it's time to fold Clayton's show.
Yeah? What do you need, guys? Sure, let's get your suspect back in here.
Of course I do. I run the prop room. How many times? Some detectives you guys are. I mean, duh.
Well, we can't all be experts like you, Mr. Harrison. By the way, we found your footprints in the balcony. For somebody innocent of this crime, you seem to be everywhere. Everywhere you shouldn't be.
Hey, I'm the damn stage manager. See a broken light bulb in the box seats during rehearsal? So I go up and replace it while Heather's singing her song. So sue me. Do I look like a guy who wears designer gunboats? Comfort first, I always say, particularly when you gotta cover the ground I do around here. Anyway, I know the shoes you're talking about, and I wouldn't stick your feet in those ugly things. Of course I did. It's my job to notice junk like that. I'll call a plumber in when I'm not spending all my time talking to cops who want to pin a murder on my innocent tail.
Yeah, let's see if your suspect has anything else to tell us.
Confession? Here's what I will confess. I loved my wife, and I miss her dearly. And I would never harm a hair on her head.
Maybe not, but you give her a black eye, right? You see, Mr. Regis, while you're lying, your fingerprints refuse to. You wrote that threatening note, you found out Meryl and Heather were an item, and gave your beloved a black eye over it. But you were just warming up. You were hanging around when that photo shoot, including the gun close-ups, was underway. You saw and took an opportunity. You snuck into the prop room, stole a scoped rifle as well as a couple of bullets and a blank round. Easy enough to cobble together a noise suppressor, wrap the barrel in a towel, or baffle it with a plastic bottle. Making a mold in the soap, you froze the smaller handgun bullet into an eye-shaped bullet big enough to fire from the rifle. You dropped your wife off at the theater, went to Java Net and Brew for an alibi, then snuck back into the balcony with the rifle and thermos packed with ice to keep your ammunition cold. There, you waited patiently for Meryl to lower herself onto that stage and make an easy target for a biathlon marksman like you. The idea was to make it all look like an accident. When the ice melted away, all that would be left was a bullet that matched the caliber of handgun Heather was holding. The photo shoot provided a reasonable explanation for a bullet winding up accidentally in Heather's gun when she pulled the trigger. What a sweet irony, huh, Mr. Regis? Kill your cheating wife and at the same time bestow her lover with a lifetime of guilt?
Smug. So smug. What do you know about it? I put myself second to that woman. Her career was the be-all and end-all, and that was fine. I loved her. I believed in her. I was happy to be the house husband pursuing his modest little local career while she made it big. But making it with that tramp wasn't part of the bargain. I sacrificed everything for that woman.
Yes, you did, Mr. Regis. You really did.
All the world may be a stage, only here at CSI we won't play the fool. An ice bullet puts the cold in cold-blooded murder, but a crime of passion always makes for mistakes in the heat of the moment. An exotic animal has been reported stolen from a traveling reptile exhibition, Cirque des Lizards. They were planning their grand opening tomorrow, but they can't do it without their star attraction, an Indonesian Komodo dragon. Fascinating creatures, 8 feet long and capable of killing a man. Insurance companies will cover animals reported stolen. Even the owner becomes a suspect. I'm going to join you personally on this case. You've done well so far, and I'm looking forward to working with you. Let's head over to the grounds. Naja sputatrix, spitting cobra, native to Indonesia, from Java through to Timor. Lovely, distinctive markings. Looks like a flake of weathered vinyl. This terrarium, dry, sandy, is perfect for a Komodo dragon. You're close. Try something similar. Tiny strand of hair stuck to the wood grain. Could have gotten snagged accidentally, or via impact. Human toe. Maybe our Komodo snapped off a little snack and didn't like it. Or maybe this is what's left of lunch. Can't imagine anybody be walking around here in bare feet. A dragon doesn't get dragged off without a fuss. Surely Mr. Roundtree would have noticed something. Unless he's our perp and the toe is his.
Name's Arnold Ziegler. I'm the promoter behind this show. You're the police? Detectives?
We're with the Las Vegas Crime Lab, Mr. Ziegler, and we're treating this as a crime scene.
Hey, that's exactly what it is. Maybe it seems silly to you. You probably don't even know what a Komodo dragon is.
World's largest lizard. Ferocious carnivore. Found on the steep slopes of Komodo in the Lesser Sunda chain of the Indonesian archipelago.
Well, maybe you do know what a Komodo dragon is, but I bet you don't know that they're meat eaters. Nasty ones.
Actually, I just said that, Mr. Ziegler. If you want your lizard back, let's not repeat ourselves.
Ernie Roundtree, maybe. Our night watchman? Nothing unusual on his incident report sheet. Of course, he stopped filling it out about midnight. Unfortunately, that's standard for Ernie. I've ragged him about it, but you know what they say about good help being hard to find. Also, cheap help.
If Mr. Roundtree's unreliable, do you consider him a suspect?
That sounds way more ambitious than Ernie. And these critters are as big as they are ugly, and vicious when they're fooled with. Of course, a lizard gets used to the people around him, and if he, the lizard, not Ernie, felt comfortable enough, I suppose Ernie hauling him off is possible. So he's your suspect?
He's a suspect. We check every possible angle and don't rule anybody out till the evidence points its finger.
Actually, I thought you might ask that. I checked his application and his address is a P.O. box. And I tried the phone number. Disconnected. It's fair to say he's local. Look, I know this may sound awful sloppy on my part, but I just hired the guy for some short-term overnight lizard babysitting. Listen, a circus, a carnival. You hire the people that show up when you're setting up the tents. That may not sound like good business, but it's the culture. Why would anyone want to steal 35 grand? That's what these overgrown handbags are worth on the black market. No, I don't know if you'd call it suspicious, but that mortician was around.
What mortician?
I guess you'd call him the neighborhood mortician. Victor Kaufman. Funeral home's just a couple of blocks down the street from here. Guy takes walks at night. Sometimes he strolls by here. Seen him asking our people about the show and such, just passing the time. And questions like his, well, they're typical. Like I said, the circus life, the carny trade, it seems exotic to straights. We get it everywhere we go. Must strike a chord in people. The kid that wanted to run off to the circus kinda wakes up inside him. Sometimes I hang around, but not last night. I was in a line longer than a casino buffet's. Getting a refund for that world's wildest stunts thing? Motorcycle stunt reality show. I had tickets, but the network canceled the series. Biggest stunt they ever pulled was crashing in the ratings. You found a toe? A human toe? Was somebody killed here last night, you think?
At the very least, someone's walking with a new limp. Or not walking at all.
Oh, hell, this is the kind of publicity that scares customers off. They start imagining they could be some creature's next carry-out meal. If that damn Ernie'd been doing his job, his simple-minded job, I wouldn't be standing here knee-deep in Komodo caca. Just part of the scenery. Gives a pen a natural look, you know? People love that kind of stuff, and the animals don't seem to mind. Don't know why it was tossed in the corner, though.
What's up? Tiny bit of heavy-duty vinyl. Not exactly fresh. Faded and brittle. You can take a closer look under the microscope. Tread marks. Eyeball analysis? Not a car. But you probably should check him out on the computer. Better safe than silly. Human hair. You hit the follicle jackpot too. Who says you can't win in Vegas? Wood must have pulled out a hair on impact. Don't be surprised to find a Vic with a cracked skull and brain hemorrhage. Check out the DNA I ran from it, and try the follicle under the microscope too. Well, this is the first driftwood with reptilian feces sounded I've ever processed. You do like to keep me on my toes. Prints from foot digits are cataloged way less than ones on our finger. Still, I'll run it as far as a single toe can go, and I'm running some DNA from it.
Looks human. There might be one in this group that makes a match. Interpreting it. Don't. There's a. There might be one in this group that makes a match. I don't believe in luck, but I don't mind getting lucky. The air forces of some countries catalog pilots' toe prints. It seems aviation boots are often among the few survivors in charred aircraft wreckage. Back in '92, the Ukrainian Air Force made a highly publicized tour of the United States, during which several pilots defected. Our lost toe could have belonged to one of them. I'm not sure any of these match. I'm not sure any of these match.
Yeah? What do you need, guys? Let's have a look. Not getting anything. Not a recent address or place of employment.
Hello, sir. Are you the mortician here?
I'm him, and the chief mortician, Victor Kaufman. May I be of help? Have you suffered a loss?
We have, but it's not a loved one. We're crime scene investigators. May we ask a few questions?
Well, certainly. You police do a wonderful job. I'll do anything I can to be of service.
Coffins. Sort of like a new car showroom. Just selling a different sort of journey.
Right here in the neighborhood. In work like mine, I find long evening walks of reflection most soothing.
A little late to be at work, isn't it? Or are you night shift too?
Oh, forgive me. I haven't made it clear. This is my home. It's not uncommon in my profession. There are tax advantages having your home double as your business. And there are, after all, round-the-clock demands in my field. I did go out to conduct one small piece of business. Stopped at Dr. Julius Ravelli's clinic, which is open nights. I needed to pick up a death certificate. Dying generates considerable paperwork.
Could the doctor confirm that, Mr. Kaufman?
Definitely, yes. Ernie Roundtree. I don't believe I... Oh, do you mean Ernie, the night watchman over at the circus grounds?
Yes. Happened to bump into him last night on your walk?
No, at least not that I recall. I have spoken to him a few times recently, and he seems a nice man for having such a rough life. I hope he's not in some kind of difficulty. Oh, certainly. It's become a regular part of my walking route. It's fascinating watching them with their tents and animals and, well, I suppose it brings out the kid in one. Well, now that you mention it, if you mean an individual who is on the, shall we say, chubby side, with dark hair, yes. I saw an individual of that description. Probably just another circus roustabout. Didn't think a thing of it. Just as I was heading home, he was going from a van towards the showgrounds. Now, I believe he was carrying something, yes. It was a board or perhaps a club. It was a white van. Let me see. Anything distinctive? Anything distinctive? Something on the side. Logo of some kind. Red letters. What did they spell? Red Curtain Imports.
That should do it for now.
What's up? That's not a tough one. Here it is, but... It's in a residential neighborhood. Must be a zoning loophole. No prob. And there's a doctor in the house. Running an after-hours clinic, edge of downtown.
Hello? Anyone home? Open door. No sign of forced entry. Suspicious circs entitle us to take a look around. The red curtain conceals an animal trade operation, most likely black market. Perfect environment for reptiles. Not quite. Something similar. Accuse me of scatology if you like, but this looks like fresh reptilian feces. Something was in here, and not long ago. We've got tracks in the dust behind the cart. Doesn't apply here. Try a similar tool. Well, we finally have a victim. Our Komodo. Very sad. Even though we've recovered the stolen property, we still have a missing person and a toe unaccounted for. That blow to its head is the probable cause of death, but we'll get confirmation to be sure. Deposit slip, $15,000. Withdrew $100 in cash. Can't really make out the signature. There is an account number, though. Good evening, Dr. Ravelli. I know you're probably busy, but we're conducting an investigation. We'll only take a minute of your time.
Sure, you'll have it if you can keep this brief. I have a lot of patients this evening. Certainly. He's the director over at the Kaufman Funeral Home. Mortician. Yes, he was. Very briefly, though. A couple of minutes at the most. Routine business. Picking up a death certificate. These originate in the mortician's office, then go to the attending physician who completes cause of death information, and back to the mortician for filing with the health department. A vagrant recovered from an abandoned building a little while ago. I sometimes pull the odd shift filling in for attending physicians on the emergency rotation. I've got the free time, and it pays well.
Yes? Pushcart tracks of some kind. I'll scan them into the computer. You're not going to find any search matches, but it could come in handy if you're doing comparisons. The DNA is scanned and in the computer already, amplified and graphed. Here's some news. I got nothing. A deposit slip? I think Captain Brass is better than I am at tracking down this kind of info.
There's a clear difference. So, this blood puts that toe, or its owner, back at Red Curtain Imports.
No, and I can't tell you the color of his or her eyes either. This is a toe. Time of death estimates derive from examining rigor mortis, liver mortis, body temperature, chemical changes in the eyes, decomposition, or insect activity from a much larger sample than this. This only tells me it was severed anywhere from a couple of hours ago to last week. Well, the toe died when it got bitten off, and the bite is consistent with that of a dragon like your missing Komodo.
Need something? We aim to please. I'll check our business database. Well, it's a privately incorporated business, dates back about 10 years. Single registered owner. A bunch of board members listed when they incorporated, though. Sure, let's call a little cyber board meeting. Jeffrey Deschamps. Deschamps? Hey, I know that name. Dead cop from a case we worked on a while back. Huh, funny. Let's try Angus O'Grady. Huh, another deceased board member. I'll keep checking, but it doesn't take a dressmaker to see this pattern. Common cover-up technique, using names of dead people pulled from obits. Better see if Greg can decipher the depositor's scrawl. Sure thing. Well, here's a kick in the head. The money, all 15 G's, was deposited to Red Curtain from the account of, I wouldn't mind a drum roll, Cirque des Lizards Incorporated. Their temporary production office is only a couple of blocks from their tent setup.
May we speak with you again, Mr. Ziegler?
The dynamic duo. What a pleasant surprise. How exactly may I be of help? You know, I try to cooperate, but this is where I work. Unless you have a warrant, I'm gonna have to draw the line. I'm not an accountant. I'm promoting a show that racks up tons of bills and deals with scads of suppliers. Hey, I don't keep track of them all.
That should do it for now.
I don't
Afraid that...
What's up? You don't have enough... A stronger link between... Looking at your...
Hey. So I had the handwriting from the signature analyzed by Ronnie Litra, our documents technician, to see if we could decipher John Hancock's real name, but it wasn't conclusive. Still, if you can run some names by me, I can tell you how likely it is we've got a match.
Could the signature belong to Dominic Petrenko?
Sure, that works.
Our probable victim was involved with Red Curtain, making a big deposit just before he stole the Komodo dragon. And we find a part of his body at the circus.
Yeah? What do you need, guys? Not yet. You want a warrant? For your probable... The link between the... We can't... Company...
Hey, you got the warrant. Means you got a good reason, so I'll just get out of your way.
Don't go far. That should do it for now. Phone number's local. Nothing to indicate significance. The number on that scrap of paper was called recently. Let's try redialing it.
This Dominic's cell phone. Leave message.
Dominic? As in Dominic Petrenko?
Never heard of him.
His number was recently dialed from your telephone.
Hey. Lots of people use that phone. Don't look at me.
That should do it for now.
What's up? This is exactly how I want you to deliver all Cobras to me. I'll toss it over to the image enhancement equipment for analysis. Nothing new to report on that.
Bit of a tear in the vinyl here.
I've done everything I can think of with that.
Maybe we can get a closer look at the newspaper in that cage. The day before last. This is a very recent photo.
That's ready for image enhancement microscopy.
Those two don't match. Focus closer on the details, and you'll find the answers you're looking for.
What's up? Fingerprints. That's even better than toes. Consider them digitized.
Well, Dominic seems to have been dealing black market reptiles to our friend Mr. Ziegler. Not something smiled upon by our legal system.
Need something? Okay, Dominic's prints were on the Cobra photo taken a couple of days ago. So this guy bought his exotic snake illegally from our victim only yesterday? And now he's lying about not being in contact with him lately? A guy who pays 15 grand for a killer snake sounds either stupid or smart in a very suspicious way. Let's talk to him.
What lie? I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Mr. Ziegler, we know Dominic sold you the Cobra. We can prove it. We also know you've been in contact with him recently. So let's cut the clown act and go right to the center ring.
Okay, so he sold me the Cobra. So what? I figured he was a good contact, could help me out with my animal supplies. He used to be an animal trainer at the Monaco Casino a while ago, so he's got the connections. I had no idea anything illegal was going down. We've been over this. Ernie never even filed his last few incident reports. I figure he took off early, lazy creep. Wouldn't have been the first time. Get what you pay for. Listen, I'll level with you. Petrenko is a lowlife, peddling exotic animals on the black market. You blame me for not owning up to that? In my business, it looks bad. Buy from a guy like that just once, then he blackmails your ass there on out. If that toe is all that's left of him, don't expect me to bust out crying.
Why didn't you report his extortion?
I realize you may have formed an opinion of me as a low-type person, but I run a family show, schools, church groups. Last thing I need is the media saying I deal in black market animals, even if I do, you know? Perception's everything. I already told you I wouldn't lose sleep over him being dead, but I'm no killer. I mean, why would I anyway?
For stealing and killing your Komodo dragon.
My Komodo is dead? What son of a...
We're gonna cut the clown act, remember? Dominic was extorting you, and you cut him off, so no love was lost. He tried to get even by killing the dragon, but you caught him in the act. You crept up on him, in the pen, knocking him out, and served him up cold to your star, saving a little on supplies.
What kind of sick... No, I didn't do anything like that.
Tell us about Ernie Roundtree, the security man you hired. His role is unclear. Did you send him home early to prevent his being a witness? Or is Ernie an accomplice?
No, you got it all wrong. Way wrong.
Detective Jim Brass, please report to reception. Detective Jim Brass to reception.
Back in a minute.
Remains? Okay, now you're starting to creep me out. Who says I did? I thought you were evidence guys. This is all some sick fantasy.
With both the dragon and a man dead, you needed to point suspicion elsewhere. So you hid the body and planted the dead dragon back at Petrenko's.
No. This is wrong. It's all wrong.
Look, Mr. Ziegler, we have a lot of evidence that...
Gil, show Mr. Ziegler to the waiting room, then meet me in my office.
Please come with me.
Well, a key piece of evidence just walked through the door, and I know how you love evidence. I stowed him in the interrogation room. Sure. I hope you're ready for this.
Dominic Petrenko. For me, you have been looking. Enjoying my life. But in 1 week, who can say?
I'll tell you what, Mr. Petrenko, you keep your answers simple and direct, and we'll do the same with our questions.
No, not Arnold, no. But he may want to strike me at this time.
Why is that?
I kill his Komodo dragon. But it's only fair, right? Because it killed me too.
We're not following you, Mr. Petrenko.
I sell many reptiles in past for his show. Always under table. I knew he was coming to town this month, so I planned my stealing. Last night, I go to his show to see if I could steal one of his more valuable animals. But something was wrong. The dragon, it was hiding in corner. When I moved closer, it jumped out and attacked me. Not at first. He'd take me down, but I wrestle him. Stay away from teeth. But he take bite from me. But he is soon, how to say, tired. Sick. A sea dragon have the injury on his head. It died shortly after.
And it bit your toe off?
You may see what is left of foot. Had I not take off my runner shoes, I would not be waiting to die.
In such a dangerous environment, why would you do such a thing?
I pass storage area on the coming in. Cage of white rats I see. Rats they use for feeding dragon.
Ah, and you didn't want your white shoes mistaken for lunch.
I outsmart myself. Try to protect feet, lose toe. But this is not the worst.
Staphylococcus. The Komodo carries over 50 varieties of bacteria in its saliva. Bits of meat stuck in its teeth create a breeding ground for it, including several highly septic strains.
Yes, and now I die for my sin. But I am prepared to die. I was a soldier once.
Let's not call the funeral home just yet, Mr. Petrenko. In the wild, Komodo saliva is poisonous enough to bring down a water buffalo, but in Vegas, septicemia is treatable.
What does this mean?
You're not going to die from this. You're looking at a short hospital stay, right before a much longer one in prison.
I am around dangerous animal many year. Never do I see such animal react in this wild way. Someone must have done terrible thing to dragon before I come.
We're not going to know the story here till we learn what happened in the last hours of the dragon's life.
No, I am lone wolf. I act alone.
That should do it for now.
We're working on it, but don't have a line on the guy. These carny types slip through the cracks, you know? Looking at your... Yeah, let's see if your suspect...
Hey, that's...
Something you want? Necroscopy is hardly my area, but our forensic veterinarian is on vacation, and I know you're in a squeeze. See what I can do. The dragon sustained a massive blunt force trauma to the head. Keep in mind, this is my first Komodo autopsy, all right? Animal appeared in generally good health, no nutritional deficiencies or signs of prolonged stress. He'd had a meal recently. I think you should. Here's where the animal was struck. Concussive blow undoubtedly impaired primary brain functions.
This could have triggered the aggressive behavior our witness described. This must be our dragon's last supper.
Hey. Don't ask me to explain this. That's your job. But I made an interesting discovery. Blood from 2 humans.
Any specific tissue, Greg?
Nothing I could get a positive ID on. You can check the computer for graphs of both blood samples, though.
This DNA matches the sample we recovered from the hair stuck in the driftwood. That would be a match. Angela Carson. But this is unusual. Her entry is blank, no details, just a name.
What's up? Shouldn't be a problem. Though I don't know why you're not getting... Oh, I see. Woman's logged under a fairly new program cataloging human tissue DNA from archived hospital specimens, which wouldn't have come up on your search. Should be a no-brainer. According to this, she's... What? We might have a computer glitch here. Says Angela Carson was killed in a car accident 17 years ago. How in the world could her DNA show up today in your dragon's belly? Let's go to the report. Attending physician, Dr. Julius Ravelli. Isn't that the doc your funeral director claimed seeing the night in question?
Angela Carson. You understand, I've treated many patients over the years. But I do believe, yes, she was an accident victim, automobile, quite some time ago. Sorry, I'm completely fuzzy over the details. I do recall she died at the hospital of massive head trauma. Why do you ask? I mean, after such a long time. Yes, all our older records are computerized now. Should be no problem. Let's see. Here's the Carson woman. Accident took place 17 years ago. Rushed from scene to Sundown Hospital. Died shortly thereafter. OP flag. Pretty standard.
OP flag, you said?
I did, yes. Again, quite standard.
Meaning she was an organ donor. OP, organ procurement.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's how, long after her death, Miss Carson's DNA turns up alongside someone else's DNA. The result of an organ transplant. Tissue in transplanted organs gradually gets replaced. But even after 17 years, there'd still be traces. Somehow, both these DNA strands wound up in the belly of a beast.
Sure, I'll check for you. Let's see. None listed. Of course, these older medical records aren't always as extensive as we'd like them to be.
That should do it for now.
Need something? Easy enough to check. Okay. You ready for this? She was married to one Victor Kaufman, our friendly neighborhood mortician. Miss Carson apparently kept her maiden name.
She did. It was a terrible loss, and I feel the pain every day of my life. That's why I got into this noble profession. I understand loss. I know sorrow. I live with mine every day, and it allows me to deal with those who are confronted with theirs. What a stunning coincidence. I never knew who attended her. I was not in town when the tragedy occurred. Didn't make it to the hospital before Angela passed. What a strange and small world. Certainly, I've made it clear, I hope, how much I value the contribution of you people. One thing, however, I must insist you stay out of the preparation room in respect for the families we serve here. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to prepare for a meeting with the bereaved.
A keychain drive. Kind you plug into a computer USB port. Handy for transferring data or files between PCs. This page has special entries over the last decade. One was entered very recently. A compulsive personality will often track things, even if they're potentially incriminating. Not immediately illuminating, but worth collecting. Evidence seldom makes its meaning known on first glance. Reference numbers? For what? Associate degree in funeral service education, 13 years after his wife's death. Probably shouldn't take the table itself. An old body bag. Mr. Kaufman didn't give us permission to go in there. Without a warrant, we can't.
Yes? Narrow treads, not a car. We'll scan it anyway. The image enhancement and microscopy equipment is where that's going. Looks like account entries, maybe. Didn't find anything noteworthy about the paper or the way it was written. Strange numbers. Scanned the data on this keychain drive with the hex editor and broke out a database pattern. All the carriage returns got stripped out, but I can make it usable. Won't be easy, but I'm here to make your life simpler and more meaningful, right?
Matches. By itself, this isn't definitive, though. Lines up. Same color, too.
Yeah? What do you need, guys? We can't walk. The link between the suspect...
I know, how terribly undignified, but we frequently have bodies delivered in such bags. And I'm quite sure unscrupulous companies try to recycle them. But my policy is just throw the things out immediately upon removal of the deceased. You know, I really don't know. That seems to be a scrap of paper that should have been tossed out. Probably just some old notations that, now out of context, don't bring anything to mind.
The latest entry's quite recent, Mr. Kaufman.
Yes. Isn't that strange? Terribly sorry. You know how much I want to help, but I just can't recall what that signifies. Maybe they're old lottery ticket numbers. Well, that does sound oddly coincidental, but such things happen. Previous owner, I suppose.
You didn't happen to go near that dragon pen when you were out for your evening stroll, did you, Mr. Kaufman? Body bag slung over your arm, maybe?
Of course not. What in heaven's name would I be doing near that pen? That would be foolish. And with a body bag, please. Is there no end to these absurd questions? Why ever would I take my folding operating table there? It's a common enough table, thousands like it could match those tracks.
What's up? Not enough. I need more than guys that are...
Nothing more.
Sure, let...
Hey?
Looking at your case file...
Afraid that...
Something on this bag here? Nice catch. Though it's not unusual to find a body bag at a funeral home. Even one with blood on it.
What's up? We'll send the blood on this swab for a ride on the old thermocycler.
This DNA matches the sample we recovered from the hair stuck in the driftwood. The wiped blood from the body bag matches the unidentified blood we found in the stomach of the Komodo dragon.
Need something? You've got some decent evidence here, but before we knock on that funeral home door, you'll need more on the doctor's involvement in this affair. We can't go poking around the house of the dead until we know exactly how this funeral director was able to track down these deceased organ recipients. Give me that, I'll give you the warrant.
Bloody, the body bag. Oh, that. Terrible accident victim. Poor soul, blood everywhere. Wiped most of it up, then tossed the bag.
Yeah? What do you need, guys? The link between the sus... You don't have enough
Afraid that's all?
Something you want?
Yes. Characters are similar to the pattern of data from the USB keychain drive. There's a basic search interface for you on the computer. Characters are similar to the pattern of data from the USB keychain drive. There's a basic search interface for you on the computer.
Gene Cordick, organ recipient, died in 1992. William Barilko died in 1997, also an organ recipient. Carla Brewer? Mary Sawchuk? Same. But look at this. John Doe just recently entered. He's associated with J.J. Thomas's estate. Must be the homeless man from the Claire Thomas case. Coincidence? So all of the accounts listed on the page are of deceased organ donor recipients. The other numbers seem to reflect what he quoted the families on funeral services, all well below market price. So our thoughtful, compassionate mortician has been underbidding on these specific funeral services. Why? Suppose the organs these people received all came from Angela Carson. But morticians don't have access to records of that kind. And why would he have gone to such lengths to collect his late wife's body parts? All these victims had organs transported to a recipient in India, which is well known for an underground market for organ trade.
What's up? Not enough. We can't walk in and... Need some...
Don't be absurd. And I warn you, I won't stand for having my good reputation demeaned.
We were just asking, Doctor, because of a scrapbook at Kaufman's home listing organ recipients. You'd be his best source of information in that area.
All right. All right. I'm gonna cooperate fully. I want that noted, too. I'm the victim here, understand? Victor Kaufman is a sick, dangerous man, and he's put me under incredible pressure for years. I detest participating in such unethical behavior. But I had no real other choice. Victor said either I helped him or he would destroy me. And my career. Kaufman's wife, Angela, was in critical condition when she was brought into the ER, but was not unconscious, and could still speak. At one point, I asked her to sign an organ donor card, which she did. It's on file. Kaufman didn't make it to the hospital until long after Angela died. In fact, we were already preparing some of her organs for transport. He said nothing at that time, though I remember he had a sick, glazed expression. Later, he said it was impossible Angela could have agreed to organ donation, that they shared strict religious beliefs against such practices, even though his funeral home does cremations. Well, anyway, he began to claim that I'd procured her signature when she was not fully cognizant, that I'd been unethical in my zeal, and he said he was going to go public if I didn't cooperate.
Has your zeal been unethical, Doctor?
Certainly not, but I couldn't convince Kaufman of that.
And that's when he shifted his blackmail pressure to your black market dealings, correct?
What in God's name are you talking about?
Does the name Ram Kumar ring a bell? We know you've been dealing in organs to the black market in India. Victor Kaufman noticed deceased patients were coming through his funeral home with organs inexplicably missing, and eventually figured out what you were up to. So he threatened to expose you if you didn't help him. The identities of donors and recipients are kept confidential, but doctors have access to the information. You helped him track the recipients of his wife's organs.
I think I should consult my attorney.
Frankly, that would be my prescription. That should do it for now.
Yeah? What do you need, guys? I need more than... The link between the...
Underbidding. Look, I have gone out of my way to be helpful to you people, and now you insult me with this ridiculous, bizarre question? How could I run a business that way?
We're just talking about a handful of clients, Mr. Kaufman. And Dr. Ravelli tells us he was helping you trace these people. Why would that be?
I find this line of questioning as offensive as it is incomprehensible.
Hey, evidence is really mounting. Let's get some more with a thorough search of that funeral home. Looking at your case, not an...
Let's open it. Our homeless heir from the Claire Thomas case. Looks like he's ready for cremation. Now that's odd. Fresh incision over his heart scar, stitched back up. Heart, eyes, liver. You want to hazard a guess who these once belonged to? There's something underneath. Give me a hand. It's Ernie Roundtree, our missing security guard. Well, I think we've found enough to put Victor away for a long time.
Yeah? What do you need, guys? You got him dead bang. Still, won't be easy to bring him in. I've got a car outside that funeral home, and there's no sign of him. So where does a crazed, homicidal mortician go after his life has come unraveled?
Mr. Kaufman, what are you doing?
Keep back. Keep back or I'll skip a step with the good doctor and we'll start the embalming procedure just a little bit early with my personal blend of formaldehyde and insecticide.
You don't want to do that, Victor. You had a mission, didn't you? An objective? This isn't part of your plan. Stay calm, Doctor.
Do my best.
You're in control, Mr. Kaufman. But let's talk. Like the calm, thoughtful man that you are.
Go ahead. Go ahead and ask your question. Maybe I'll answer. The lazy security guard.
Oh, but he's much more than that. You've been keeping an eye on him, right, Victor? May I call you Victor? Him, and the other recipients of your late wife's organs.
You make it sound like I'm a stalker.
I don't think you started out that way. But you got impatient. That's why we found Ernie Roundtree's body at your funeral home about to be cremated, hidden beneath the body of J.J. Thomas's alleged son, another of Angela's organ recipients.
Those ghouls didn't have a right to her organs. They were hers. Surely you understand that, don't you? Don't you?
Please don't excite him.
I'm a man who loved his wife very much, and I am a religious man. So what else could I do?
You were trying to restore her body to its perfect state?
If you don't understand, I can't help you.
I think I do understand, Victor. But you have sinned, haven't you? You believed the doctor pressured your wife into signing. So you blackmailed him for years and tracked your beloved wife's organs. After John Doe, the restoration of Angela was almost complete after a decade of work. But the coincidence of Ernie working nearby must have seemed to you a sign, a divine gift. The final piece of this puzzle you were reassembling had been put right before you. You killed Ernie, removing his kidney and leaving it atop the body bag. You went for your rolling table, but the Komodo came out and began eating your trophy. You tried to beat him back, but you weren't fast enough.
I did it for Angela. You do understand. Would you have me doom her to remain in her cold grave on the great day when the heavens open, ready to welcome her? She could not make that journey unrestored. I did it for her, and I would do it again. But you are right, Mr. Grissom, my mission is complete. When the great day comes, Angela will be ready, and so will I.
Everything you've done so far has been out of love for Angela. Don't kill again out of hate.
I must kill one last time, Mr. Grissom. But again, you're right. Such a wise man you are. We could have been great friends. I kill one last time for love.
We can gather and understand the evidence. We can learn so much from the science, but we'll never fathom the inner workings of the human heart. Not the organ, the soul. You surprised to hear me use a word like soul? Well, the human animal has a unique level of cognizance. The only creature who understands and can foresee its own death. The only animal that looks at the sky and wonders about a supreme being. And while such thoughts may separate us from the rest of the lizard circus and give us the ability to make art and explore science, they can also lead a tortured soul like Victor Kaufman down strange, twisted paths that even forensics can't unravel. Good work on these cases. I realize some of them must have seemed bizarre, but this is just the beginning for you.